It was early spring in the northern parts of Michigan, the kind of place most people think of when they imagine deep forests and isolated lakes. I had rented a small cabin by the edge of a quiet, dark lake for the weekend. It was the perfect escape from the grind of my day-to-day life. Work had been exhausting, and I needed some time alone to clear my head. The cabin was rustic, just enough comfort to keep it from feeling like a shack. Wooden walls, a single bed with a quilt thrown over it, a stove in the corner, and a few mismatched chairs. It was simple, but it was all I needed. I had arrived the day before, unpacked my bags, and settled in for a night of reading. The moonlight reflected off the water, shimmering in a way that made everything feel peaceful and distant. There was no one around for miles, and the silence felt like a weight pressing down on me. Heavy, but somehow comforting. But when I woke up the next morning, things started to feel off. It wasn't anything specific. No strange noises, no sudden chill in the air, nothing overtly wrong. But there was an uneasy tension in the cabin, like the stillness of the forest had crept inside with me, settling over everything I touched. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I went about my day anyway. I went out for a hike along the nearby trails, followed the shoreline, and did my best to ignore the feeling gnawing at the back of my mind. The forest around me was dense, full of towering pines that looked as old as the land itself. The ground was still a little damp from the rain the night before, the air thick with moisture. That evening, as the sun began to set, I found myself sitting on the porch of the cabin, sipping coffee, trying to enjoy the silence. I had planned on staying inside that night, maybe watching a movie or reading, but the stillness of the evening was too tempting. It was peaceful out there, too peaceful. As the light began to fade, I noticed something strange in the distance. A figure. At first, I thought it was just the play of shadows, the light shifting in the trees, but when I focused, I realized there was someone standing by the tree line. It was a man, or at least I assumed it was. He was far enough away that I couldn't make out much detail, but the outline of his body was unmistakable. He stood motionless, staring toward the cabin. I felt a flicker of unease crawl down my spine. I told myself it was nothing, probably a hiker or someone else who rented a cabin nearby. But my instincts told me something was wrong. No one was supposed to be here. The nearest cabin was miles away. I hesitated for a moment, then grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside to get a better look. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the man turned and disappeared into the woods, vanishing as quickly as he'd appeared. My heart raced. I stood frozen in place, staring into the dark trees. The woods seemed to close in around me, the sounds of the forest fading to a hollow silence. It was almost as if the world had gone still, holding its breath. I scanned the shadows, but there was no sign of him. He was gone. I stood there for what felt like an eternity. Then, in a moment of nervous laughter, I shrugged it off. It was probably just some other lost soul hiking in the woods, I told myself. But the feeling lingered. I didn't like it. That night, I decided to lock the doors, even though I didn't usually do that when I stayed in cabins. The isolation always felt more like a privilege than a threat. But tonight was different. I spent the evening inside, the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the occasional crack of the firewood, the only sounds breaking the silence. I didn't sleep well. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the walls made my skin prickle. I awoke the next morning feeling even more on edge than before. I forced myself to shake off the feeling, but it clung to me like the dampness of the morning fog. I went through my usual routine, coffee, a bit of breakfast, and decided to get some work done. But as I sat at the small wooden table, typing away on my laptop, I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. There again, a shadow, but this time it was closer. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood up, walking over to the window. The man, He was standing at the edge of the forest again. Just like before, he wasn't moving. He was still. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my jacket, the flashlight, and headed outside. I wanted to confront him, to figure out who this person was. But as I stepped onto the porch, the man turned and disappeared once again. I stood there, breathing heavily, my pulse racing in my ears. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone was out there. Someone was watching me. I spent the rest of the day inside the cabin, locked up tight. The sunlight seemed to slip away faster than usual, and by evening, I was on edge, my nerves stretched thin. Every noise outside seemed louder, more menacing. The wind howled through the trees, sending shadows skittering across the walls, but nothing else moved. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. By the time night fell, I was no longer willing to chalk it up to nerves or paranoia. I knew something wasn't right. I knew someone was out there. I spent the entire night awake, sitting on the couch with a knife in hand, watching the dark window. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to the sound of scratching at the door. I froze. The noise was slow, deliberate. Someone was outside. The scratching stopped, and for a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of my breath. My heart was pounding in my chest as I slowly, cautiously, stood up and approached the door. My hands shook as I reached for the handle, but before I could open it, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps moving away. I stood still, listening. The sound of crunching leaves underfoot grew fainter. He was leaving, but why? I didn't wait around to find out. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed my things inside, and rushed to the truck. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in short gasps. I had no intention of sticking around to find out what this man wanted. As I started the truck and pulled away, I looked back at the cabin, at the small glass structure surrounded by dark, towering trees. The cabin that had once seemed like the perfect escape now felt like a prison. I didn't go back. Couldn't. I still don't know who the man was. I never found out. But when I made it back to town, I found out that someone had been spotted in the area before. A couple of days earlier, a man matching the same description had been seen near the trails, asking hikers odd questions about the cabins. He wasn't a local. No one knew who he was or where he came from. But what bothered me the most was that nobody had reported him missing. It was like he had never existed at all. I never went back to that cabin. Couldn't. It still feels like there's someone out there, watching me from the dark trees. It was September of 2013, and I had just turned 34. I had been working construction in San Diego for nearly a decade, and my body was wearing down. My knees ached constantly, and my back would stiffen up in the morning like concrete. I wasn't ready to stop working yet, but I needed a break from the daily grind and city noise. My Uncle Tom had passed away earlier that year, and he'd left me his old cabin tucked in a wooded corner of northern Arizona, a couple miles south of the New Mexico line, near a place called Alpine. It wasn't much. A single-story wooden box with a tin roof and a porch that creaked even when the wind wasn't blowing. Still, it had a wood stove, an outhouse out back, and a stocked shed. I figured I'd spend a month there and see if it helped me reset. I packed up my old Ford Ranger, loaded it with canned food, bottled water, a 12 gauge I hadn't fired in years, some basic tools, and a cooler full of dry ice and meat. I brought a thick notebook, figuring I'd write or at least sketch. I didn't bring a phone. I told my younger brother Rob where I was going and when I planned to be back. That was it. I left on a Sunday morning and hit the dirt road up to the cabin by dusk. The last 2 miles were just winding gravel, no signage, nothing but trees on either side. The truck jolted on the washboard surface, tires crunching over rocks. I felt every bump in my spine. The cabin looked just like I remembered from when I was a kid. We used to visit Uncle Tom every few summers. I hadn't been there in nearly 15 years, but it hadn't changed. The forest, though, that felt different. Thicker, darker. The trees looked older, and there was this weird sense of quiet that made me uneasy. Not peaceful quiet, but the kind that made you realize how far you were from anyone. The first couple of days were uneventful. I chopped some wood, swept out the cabin, set mousetraps, and cleaned the old lanterns. I hiked around a bit during the day and wrote short thoughts in my notebook at night by lamplight. The days were warm enough, but nights dropped fast and cold. I slept with a heavy quilt over me and the shotgun near the bed. Not because I was scared, just because it seemed like the right thing to do in a place like that. It was around the fourth night that I noticed something strange. I'd just come back from the outhouse, maybe 20 feet behind the cabin. It was around midnight. I'd brought a lantern with me, and when I came back inside and shut the door, I thought I heard a soft rustle behind the cabin. It was faint, like dry leaves being stepped on. I figured it was a raccoon or maybe a deer, but I still stepped out onto the porch and shined the lantern around. The light didn't catch anything, and after a moment I went back inside. The next morning, I walked out behind the cabin and looked around. The soil there was soft from recent rain, and I spotted something that made me stop cold. There were footprints, bare ones, human. They weren't mine. Too wide, too long. The big toe on the right foot stuck out in a weird angle, almost sideways. I crouched down and stared. The prints came in from the woods, stopped about 10 feet from the outhouse, then circled back the way they came.
No xuprints.
Just those long, strange bare feet. I told myself it had to be a local, maybe some weird hunter or off-gridder who didn't like shoes. It didn't make much sense, but it was better than admitting I didn't have a clue. I tried to shrug it off, but I stayed close to the cabin the rest of the day and kept the shotgun loaded. The next night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard scratching or tapping somewhere outside. Each time I got up and checked, there was nothing. Around 4 a.m., I sat on the porch with the lantern turned down low, wrapped in a blanket, just watching the woods. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. That was the worst part. The feeling didn't come and go. It stayed with me, like something out there was staring through the trees, just out of reach. On the sixth night, I finally saw it. It was just after 2 a.m. I'd been asleep for maybe an hour when a soft thump outside woke me. I froze and listened. Then I heard it again. Thump, scrape. It sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the porch. I grabbed the shotgun and crept over to the window. I left the lantern off. The moon was bright enough that I could see shapes outside. And there, hunched over near the woodpile, was a figure. Naked, pale, but not quite human. Its limbs were too long. The way it moved, it was like it didn't know how to use its body properly. Its arms dangled down almost to its knees. It sniffed the air, head twitching left and right. Then it stood up and I could see it fully. Its face was wrong. The mouth was too wide. The eyes were sunken, almost hollow. It looked like someone wearing a human skin but not quite understanding how to make it fit. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared. It turned toward the cabin and stepped closer. I ducked beneath the window and waited. A minute passed, then two. Then I heard it move away. When morning came, I stepped outside, shotgun in hand. The woodpile had been torn apart, logs tossed everywhere. I circled the cabin and found more of those footprints in the dirt, but this time there were drag marks, claw marks. I followed them about 50 feet into the woods before they vanished. I should have left that day. I know that now, but I told myself it could have been anything. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was an animal, and my brain twisted it up with sleep and fear. I didn't want to admit I was scared, so I stayed. The following night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, shotgun across my lap, lantern turned off. Around 1:30, I heard it again. This time it was on the roof. I heard it climb up from the back, slow and clumsy. Then a thud above me. Then the sound of something crawling, no rhythm to it. Just random shifting, dragging, then silence. I didn't move. I stared at the ceiling, muscles locked, barely breathing. At one point, I think I dozed off for a second, because the next thing I remember was the sound of something sharp tapping against the tin roof, like claws. I waited until dawn before I moved. That morning, I went outside and looked up. There were scratch marks on the roof, deep and long. Some looked fresh, others older. I thought about leaving. I even packed a bag. But I kept thinking, what if it followed me? What if it was only this bold because I was alone? Part of me thought I could wait it out. That night, everything changed. I was inside, lantern burning low, shotgun cleaned and loaded, sitting at the table. I heard a knock, a soft, slow knock at the front door. My chest went tight. Another knock, then silence. I didn't move. Then I heard footsteps around the side of the cabin. Then scratching on the wall. Not loud, but constant. It circled the cabin slowly, like it was testing me. Then all at once it stopped. I waited. Then I heard something worse. It was breathing, right outside the window, low and ragged. Bit. I couldn't bring myself to look. I sat there, staring straight ahead, hand gripping the shotgun until my knuckles went white. The breathing faded after a few minutes. I didn't move all night. In the morning, I found something by the door. It was a dead rabbit, but it wasn't torn apart like something a predator would do. It had been skinned, not butchered, peeled, clean, careful cuts. Its eyes were missing. Its ears were folded into its mouth. I started the truck around noon. I didn't even grab everything. I just shoved what I could into the bed, threw the shotgun on the seat, and got the hell out. I made it down the mountain and checked into a roadside motel by dark. I didn't sleep, just sat on the bed, shotgun next to me, door locked, chair braced under the knob. A few days later, I went back with Rob. I didn't tell him what I saw, just said someone had been prowling around. We cleaned up the cabin, took some tools and valuables, and boarded it up. We haven't been back since. I never reported it. What would I even say? I didn't tell anyone else, not really. But I know what I saw. I know what it was. Not a ghost. Not a story. Not something from a movie. Something old. Something that doesn't care if we believe in it. Something that knows the woods better than we ever will. It wore a shape, but it wasn't a person. It moved wrong. It watched me. It waited, and I let it get close. That was 12 years ago. I've never been back to that part of Arizona. I don't camp. I don't hike. And I don't sit with my back to a window, because I still don't know if it's done with me. And if it ever remembers how I smelled, how I moved, how I sounded, it might come find me again. My name's Daniel. This happened in 2016 when I was 32. I was working construction jobs in and around the Midlands back then, mostly freelance stuff. I take what I could get. Shed building, fencing, roofing, all that. It wasn't stable, but it paid the bills. That year, I got offered a long-term job out near the Peak District, in a place not far from Buxton. A guy wanted to renovate an old stone cabin he'd inherited from his uncle. The place was completely isolated, sitting halfway up a mossy slope in the woods. It had been empty for a few years, no electricity, no running water, no roads. You had to hike 15 minutes just to get to it. He needed someone to stay up there for a month, maybe more, and bring the place back into shape. Fix the roof, clear out the inside, maybe do some masonry. I agreed. The money was decent, and I'd be on my own, which I preferred. I packed up my gear, tools, clothes, a sleeping bag, a portable gas stove, a cooler box, and enough dry food to last 2 weeks, and drove out there in my old Ford Transit. The guy met me at a pub just outside the village and handed me a thick set of keys and a laminated map. Then he drove off without much small talk. I followed the map, parked where the road ended, and hiked up the rest of the way. The cabin was old, early 1900s at least, but solid. Thick stone walls, wooden window frames swollen from years of rain, and a slate roof with a few missing tiles. The door groaned open, and I stepped into a single large room. Dust clung to everything. A fireplace full of bird nests, a sagging table, 2 rickety chairs, and a moth-eaten mattress on a wooden frame. It smelled like wood rot and dead leaves. I got to work the next morning. My plan was to clean out the inside, set up a basic workstation, and then climb up on the roof to patch what I could. I didn't mind the isolation. In fact, I liked it. The nearest house was probably a mile away, and you couldn't hear a car or voice. Just whine through the trees and the occasional fox barking at night. The days were quiet. I'd wake up with the sun, make tea on my little stove, then spend hours pulling down rotten beams or carrying up materials I'd left near the car. The nights were cold and pitch black. I'd use a headlamp and candles. The quiet took a little getting used to, but I didn't mind. I slept lightly, though. The old stone walls amplified every creak. About a week in, I started noticing small things. One night, I heard what sounded like leaves crunching outside, like footsteps circling the cabin. I sat still and listened. Nothing. I figured it was a deer or badger. But in the morning, I saw faint prints outside the door. Not boots, bare feet, just the ball and heel narrow and light, almost like a child's. I stared at them for a while. The ground was damp, so they weren't fresh, maybe a day old. Still, it was strange. The cabin was off any known trail, and the closest property was way down the hill. A few days later, I went to check the tools I'd left under a tarp beside the cabin. A hammer was missing. I searched all around and even retraced my steps, thinking I'd misplaced it during work. Nothing. The next day, it was back, sitting on the table inside, covered in damp soil. I know I didn't bring it in. That shook me a bit. The next night, I heard the crunching again, this time closer. I grabbed my headlamp and stepped outside. I swept the light across the trees. Nothing moved. But then I caught something, a figure, just behind a birch tree. She was tall, thin, wearing something pale. Her skin looked ashy in the light. She stood still like she was waiting. I didn't say anything, just stared. She didn't move. I backed into the cabin and shut the door, locked it, then sat down in the dark. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat with a hammer in my hand, listening. Morning came slow. I stepped outside. The woman was gone. No footprints, just the same damp moss and dirt. I told myself it was a hiker, maybe someone lost. But deep down, it didn't feel right. That day, I worked less. My mind kept going back to her. Her stillness. Her eyes, I didn't remember seeing them clearly. Just the shape of her face and the color of her skin. And her clothes, they looked like hospital gowns or something you'd see in an old photo. I kept the cabin locked after that. Every night, I brought the tools inside and checked the windows twice. But the noises didn't stop. Some nights, it was just the wind. Other nights, I heard knocking. Not loud, just a slow, almost hesitant tapping on the door. 3 knocks, then silence. I never opened it. I just sat there, holding whatever tool was closest, until the sound stopped. The worst night came about 2.5 weeks in. I just finished repairing a section of the roof and came inside for tea. I was tired, shoulders sore, hands blistered, and I sat down on the mattress for a moment. I must have dozed off. When I woke up, it was dark. My headlamp was off, and the candle had burned down. I heard breathing, not mine, slow, shallow, and close. I froze. My eyes adjusted, and I saw her, standing in the corner of the room, just standing, facing me. Her hands hung at her sides. Her face was blank, pale. Her eyes were fixed on mine, but she didn't move. I don't know how long we stayed like that. A minute, maybe more. I wanted to move but couldn't. Then, without sound, she turned and walked into the far wall, right where the old chimney was, just vanished behind it. I scrambled for my light, turned it on. The room was empty. The wall was solid. I checked the door, still locked. No broken windows, nothing disturbed. The next morning, I packed up what I could and left. I didn't tell the guy why. I just said something came up. I hiked back to my van and drove out of there. I didn't sleep right for weeks, but it didn't end there. 2 months later, I got a call from the same guy. He asked if I'd be willing to come back for a final round of work. He said the roof had collapsed on one side and wanted it rebuilt before winter. I told him no, but out of curiosity, I asked if he'd had anyone else up there since I left. He said no. No one had been up there since the day I walked away, but someone had broken in recently. When he went up to check, he found the cabin trashed, tools scattered, wood shavings across the floor, and something strange scratched into the inside of the front door. I asked what it said. He paused, then told me it was just 3 words. She lives here. He didn't know what it meant, thought it might have been vandals, but it didn't sound like vandalism to me. It sounded like a warning. I never went back. I quit freelance work the year after, moved south, took up a job in maintenance at a college. Safer work, fewer nights alone. But I still think about her sometimes. When the house creaks at night or when I'm walking alone and get the feeling someone's watching. It's not the image of her that stays with me. It's the way she moved, or didn't move, like she didn't breathe right, like she'd been out there for a long, long time. And the strangest part? I later found out that, back in the 1970s, that cabin belonged to a woman named Margaret Hensley. She lived alone, was known in the village as quiet, maybe a bit odd. One winter, she vanished. Search parties looked for days, never found her. Her name faded from memory and the cabin passed to her brother, then his son, the man who hired me. But no one ever said what happened in that cabin. No one knew if she'd left, died, or just disappeared. Now I think I know. She never left. She just waited, alone in the woods, behind the trees, at the edge of the candlelight, and I saw her. It was in late September of 2012 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 35 back then, working a dead-end warehouse job in Sheffield, England. The hours were long and unpredictable, mostly night shifts, and the repetition of lifting boxes and logging numbers had started to blur the days together. My back ached every morning. My knees clicked every time I stood up. I didn't have anyone to come home to. I wasn't married. My parents were long gone. Friends, they drifted away with time like leaves in the wind. So I took 2 weeks off unpaid. I just told my manager I needed air, and that was it. No one asked further questions, and that was probably the most depressing part. I rented a small cottage on the edge of Northumberland National Park. It was owned by some old farmer who listed it online. Looked rustic, secluded, no Wi-Fi, no phone signal, just what I wanted. I drove up on a rainy Friday. The rain wasn't heavy, but it had that constant, annoying drizzle that turned everything slick. The further north I drove, the more isolated everything became. Eventually, the paved roads gave way to narrow gravel trails surrounded by thick trees. By the time I reached the cottage, my small hatchback was covered in mud and pine needles. The farmer wasn't there. He had left a key under a ceramic frog by the back door, just like he said in the confirmation email. I went in, dropped my bag, made some tea on the gas stove, and just sat in silence for a while. That first night was peaceful. The only sounds were wind pushing through the trees and the occasional drip from the eaves. I read an old paperback novel I found on the shelf, then fell asleep early. The mattress was firm, a bit dusty, but I didn't care. I slept like a stone. The next morning, I took a long walk. The national park stretched in every direction. Miles of mossy trails, shallow creeks, ferns as tall as my waist. I walked for hours, not seeing a single person.
No hikers.
No cars. Nothing. That sense of space, of being totally alone, was refreshing at first. It felt like I could breathe for the first time in years. Around midday, I came across a narrow footpath that looked older than the others. It wasn't marked on the trail map I brought with me. It cut off from the main trail and dipped down into a denser part of the forest. It wasn't overgrown, just forgotten. The trees on either side grew close together, forming a kind of natural tunnel. The ground was soft, covered in fallen pine needles. Something about it drew me in. I followed it for maybe half an hour. The further I went, the darker it got. The canopy overhead thickened, and the sounds of the forest began to fade.
No birds. No insects.
Just wind and the crunch of my boots. That's when I saw it. The cabin. It was set back from the trail a bit, hidden behind a tangle of brambles and small oaks. It wasn't big, maybe 2 rooms max, but it was still standing. The roof was bowed in the middle, sagging under the weight of years of debris. The windows were either boarded up or too dirty to see through. The wood siding was dark with rot and age. No signs of recent activity.
No tire marks.
No paths leading to it. It looked like it had been dropped there and forgotten decades ago. I don't know what made me approach. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe I just wanted something interesting to break the monotony. I pushed through the undergrowth and stood on the front porch. The boards creaked beneath me. The air smelled like wet earth and decay. I pressed my hand against the door and gave it a push. It opened with a groan. Inside, it was dim but dry. The smell was stronger, mold, old wood, something faintly metallic. The front room was empty except for a broken table, a rusted oil lamp, and a few scattered papers. Most of them were water-damaged, unreadable. There was a fireplace on the far wall, blackened with soot but still intact. The floor was covered in leaves and rodent droppings. To my left was a doorway that led to a back room. I stepped in slowly, half expecting the floor to give out, but it held. The silence inside that cabin was heavy. Even my breathing felt too loud. I moved to the back room. It was smaller.
No windows.
There was an old metal bed frame in the corner and something bundled on top of it, under a stained tarp. I froze. My stomach tightened. I didn't want to lift it. My curiosity was thinning fast. But I told myself it was probably just trash or maybe old bedding. I reached out and pulled the tarp back. Underneath was a pile of clothes. Just clothes. Faded jeans, a flannel shirt, and what looked like a canvas rucksack. Everything smelled of mildew. I picked up the rucksack and opened it. Inside were some old tins of food, a cracked compass, and a small leather-bound notebook. I flipped through it. Most of the pages were smeared with moisture, but a few were legible. They were journal entries. The first few entries were about hunting. The man, his name might have been Cal or Carl, wrote about tracking deer and small game. He talked about the cabin like it was a retreat. But then the entries got off. He started mentioning noises outside the cabin at night. Said he'd hear footsteps crunching through the leaves. Once, he wrote that something scratched the wall near the fireplace while he was sleeping. He thought it was an animal at first, maybe a badger or a fox. But then the entries started sounding more paranoid. He talked about being watched, about waking up to find the front door open.
No footprints.
No tracks, just open. The last entry was short. Asterisk can't sleep. It's outside again. Don't know how it keeps finding me. Going to block the door. If I don't write again, something's happened. Asterisk, that was it. I closed the notebook and stood there for a long time. My thoughts were racing. I wasn't scared. Exactly. But I felt a deep unease settle over me like a damp blanket. I put the book back in the rucksack, set it down, and left the cabin. I didn't look back. Back at the cottage, I locked the door. I hadn't felt the need to lock it before. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the old beams, every gust of wind against the window, made me sit up. I told myself it was just an old hunter's cabin. The man probably got spooked by a fox or something and left in a hurry. Nothing more. The next few days were quiet. I walked different trails, stuck to the marked paths, avoided the old footpath entirely. But it was always in the back of my mind. That cabin, that last journal entry, that feeling of being watched. I thought I was shaking it off until the fifth night. I woke up to a noise outside. It was just past 2 a.m. The rain had returned, tapping lightly against the roof. First, I thought it was a branch falling, but then I heard it again, a steady crunching sound, slow, deliberate steps moving around the side of the cottage. My blood went cold. I sat up in bed, heart thudding. I didn't move. The sound circled the cottage once, then again. I wanted to tell myself it was a deer or maybe a stray dog, but it sounded too human. Then nothing, just silence. Eventually, I got up and checked the windows. Nothing. I even stepped outside with a flashlight. The air was wet and still. No movement, no tracks in the mud, nothing to see. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I packed up early. I was supposed to have 3 more days, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to leave. On my way out, I passed the turnoff to that old footpath. I didn't stop. I didn't even look. Back home, I tried to move on. I went back to work, fell into the same routine. But I kept thinking about that cabin, about the journal, about the last few nights at the cottage. Sometimes, late at night, I'd wake up and swear I heard something outside my window, just for a second. Then it'd be gone. A few months later, I looked up old records from the area. There wasn't much. The national park was full of abandoned buildings, old gamekeeper lodges, forestry stations, cottages lost to time. No one kept track of them. The name Cal or Carl never turned up in any missing persons reports that I could find. It was like he'd vanished without anyone noticing. I still think about that cabin sometimes. I wonder how long it had been empty. I wonder who built it. And I wonder what exactly he thought was outside his door at night. The rational part of my brain says it was just isolation getting to him. Cabin fever, imagination. But the feeling I had when I stood in that room, reading that last entry, it was real. I haven't been back to Northumberland since. I haven't camped or hiked alone either. Something about that trip changed how I see the woods, how I hear certain sounds at night. Maybe nothing ever happened there. Maybe it was just a man scaring himself to death in the dark. Or maybe, just maybe, he wasn't wrong, and I was lucky to walk away. It was a chilly evening, and I was driving back from a long day of work, the kind of day where every moment seemed to drag, where the monotonous ticking of the clock felt like an endless reminder of time passing too slowly. As I drove, I found myself on the same winding country roads I knew all too well. The rain had just started to fall lightly, painting the world with a thin layer of mist. I wasn't in a hurry. I didn't have anywhere pressing to be. But for some reason, when I reached the turnoff that would take me past my ex-husband's cabin, I hesitated. It wasn't a conscious decision, it just happened. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as the familiar landmark came into view. The cabin had been his place, his retreat from everything. I used to spend weekends there, back when we were still together. before everything fell apart. It had been years since I had last seen the cabin, years since we had been in touch. But as I approached it, I could feel the knot in my stomach tighten. I had never thought of it as mine, but I couldn't deny the strange connection it had with my past. The memories of weekends spent in that cabin, talking by the fire, sharing quiet moments. Those were memories that belonged to another time, a time that no longer existed. As I drove past, the headlights of my car briefly illuminated the cabin through the rain-soaked trees. The lights inside were off, the windows were dark, and yet something felt off. There was a presence about the place that made my skin prickle. My heart beat faster for reasons I couldn't explain. I told myself it was just the feeling of nostalgia creeping in, nothing more. But as I continued down the road, I felt a sudden urge to turn back, to stop and look at it for just a moment longer. Something wasn't sitting right with me. I couldn't explain it, but I had to see it again. I told myself I was being silly, but the thought of driving away without going back felt wrong. I made the turn around the bend, and the headlights flashed over the cabin again. This time, I pulled off the road, parking my car a little further down the dirt track. The rain had picked up now, hitting the roof of the car with a steady rhythm. The cabin was just a few hundred feet away, nestled between trees, hidden in the mist. I stayed there for a moment, staring at the place, my mind racing with thoughts I couldn't quite put together. It wasn't as though I was looking for closure. I'd gotten past that, but something in me needed to take a step back into that part of my life, even if it meant revisiting the hurt. I stepped out of the car and pulled my coat tightly around me, the cold rain soaking through within seconds. The gravel crunched beneath my boots as I walked closer to the cabin. The closer I got, the heavier the silence felt. The air seemed thick with something unspoken. As I approached the porch, I looked up at the cabin's weathered exterior, the wood now worn with age. It had been years, but it still felt oddly familiar. I stopped at the base of the steps, unsure of what I was hoping to find. Part of me wanted to leave, just get back in the car and forget about the whole thing. But the other part of me was drawn in like a moth to a flame. I climbed the steps slowly, my fingers grazing the railing, which felt colder than I remembered. The front door was slightly ajar. I froze. The door should have been locked. No one had lived here in ages, certainly not since my ex had moved out. He hadn't even been in touch for months before we split up. I was sure he hadn't been back here, so why was the door open? My stomach churned, and for a moment, I thought about turning back, but curiosity pushed me forward. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't the smell of mildew or rot. It was a familiar, musky odor, one I hadn't noticed back when we used to spend time here. It wasn't unpleasant, but it made my skin crawl just a bit. I stepped further into the room, my boots muffled against the old wooden floor. The living room looked unchanged. The furniture was still in place, the old armchair by the fireplace, the worn rug that used to feel so soft. The firewood sat in its usual place, untouched, as though no one had been here in years. But something was different. The air was heavy with a kind of oppressive stillness. As I looked around, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Even though I knew no one else was there, I glanced toward the kitchen. The faint sound of something, what I couldn't tell, came from that direction. It wasn't a noise I recognized. A soft scrape against metal, almost like someone dragging something heavy. I stood there for a moment, my pulse quickening. I knew I should leave. It wasn't safe to be here. I didn't belong here, but something inside me said I needed to see it through whatever it was. I walked toward the kitchen, my footsteps sounding too loud in the otherwise quiet cabin. The door to the kitchen was open, just like the front door, but as I reached it, I stopped dead in my tracks. A figure stood in the corner of the room. I froze, my heart pounding. I hadn't seen anyone walk in, no sound of a door opening or closing. But there, in the dim light, a figure stood motionless by the counter. The air in the room felt suddenly colder. The figure didn't move. It didn't even acknowledge my presence. And that's when I realized there was no need to acknowledge me. It wasn't a person at all. It was a mannequin. I exhaled sharply, feeling my heart rate slow as the initial shock wore off. The mannequin stood there, dressed in a tattered coat and old boots. Its face was obscured by a scarf tied around its neck, but its posture was eerily lifelike. The mannequin looked like something straight out of a horror movie, but as I stepped closer, I could see it was just a strange piece of decor. Relief washed over me, but only for a moment. I turned to leave, but as I did, I noticed something else. A small set of keys on the counter beside the mannequin. They weren't mine. I would have recognized them. Suddenly, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps outside the cabin. I stood frozen, my breath shallow. Someone was out there. It wasn't my ex-husband. He would never leave keys out like that, not if he hadn't been back in years. And I would have known if someone had been living here. I turned back toward the door. The footsteps grew louder. Without thinking, I dashed into the nearest bedroom, shutting the door behind me as quietly as possible. My heart raced as I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. Through the cracks in the door, I saw shadows moving outside. Whoever it was didn't seem to notice the cabin door was ajar. The footsteps stopped near the front door, and for a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing but silence. Then the door creaked open. I didn't dare make a sound. The adrenaline pulsed through my veins, and my mind raced. What was I supposed to do now? Who was this person? What did they want? I had to think, fast. From the corner of the room, I spotted a small window, barely wide enough for a person to slip through. My heart hammered as I weighed the decision. There was no way I was going out that way, but maybe, just maybe, I could reach the front door if I moved quietly enough. The sound of someone walking through the living room made my decision for me. I waited, counting the seconds in my head as the footsteps drew closer. My escape plan was clear now. I had no other choice. I waited until the person passed my door, and then, with a deep breath, I opened the window. I crawled out as silently as I could, my boots scraping the frame. Outside, the rain had picked up again, drenching me in seconds. But I didn't care. I ran. I ran until I could no longer hear the footsteps behind me, until I was sure no one was chasing me. When I finally reached my car, I didn't stop to think. I started the engine, slammed the door shut, and drove off into the night, the rain pelting the windshield as if trying to wash away everything that had just happened. I didn't look back, and when I finally got home, I locked every door and every window. I didn't turn off the lights until the morning. It wasn't until the next day that I realized the mannequin was still there. The keys had never been touched. But the thing that bothered me most, the thing that made me shiver just thinking about it, was that the front door had been locked again. And I hadn't locked it. The mystery of that night, the unanswered questions, still linger. But one thing was certain, I would never go back to that cabin again. It was early November, just as the cold bite of winter started to creep into the mountains. The kind of cold that makes your breath visible, even in the middle of the day. I'd been hunting with my Uncle Jack for as long as I could remember. This was supposed to be another one of those trips. Nothing special, just a weekend hunt in the hills around our family cabin. The cabin itself wasn't much. It had been in the family for generations. My great-grandfather had built it with his bare hands, and it had seen a lot of history. It wasn't luxurious by any means. Just a one-room wooden structure with a few beds, a stone fireplace, and an old kitchen table that had seen better days. But it was quiet, tucked away in the woods, far from any other signs of civilization. That's why we loved it. Jack and I had been up since before dawn. The air was crisp, and the sun hadn't yet made its full appearance over the ridge. We were heading out to track some deer, a typical hunt for this time of year. But as we made our way deeper into the forest, things felt different. The trees looked older, more dense, and the further we went, the more the sense of isolation settled over me. "I think the deer are over that way," Jack said, pointing toward a thicket of trees that I hadn't noticed before. I nodded, though something about the direction he pointed to didn't sit right. Felt like we were pushing into territory we shouldn't be in. The ground was soft underfoot, and the leaves crunched beneath our boots. The trail was difficult to follow, with patches of thick underbrush and the occasional rock or fallen tree. I kept my eyes peeled, trying to stay focused. Jack was ahead, moving at a steady pace, his years of experience in the woods showing. He didn't seem to notice anything off, but I felt an odd tension in the air. We walked for what felt like hours. The silence was absolute, save for the occasional distant sound of a bird or rustling in the brush. But there was something else, too. The deeper we went, the more I felt like we weren't alone. It wasn't a presence that was easily explained. It was just a feeling, the kind you get when you're in a place that's too quiet, too still. After some time, Jack stopped and crouched down, signaling me to do the same. We were near a small clearing, and he pointed to the ground where I could make out fresh tracks. Deer prints, but they were old, possibly from the night before. "Let's circle around, try to get ahead of them," Jack whispered, his voice low. We moved in a wide arc, careful not to make any noise. The trees here were thick, their branches heavy with the weight of fallen leaves, making it harder to see clearly. I kept close to Jack, my rifle ready, eyes scanning every shadow, every movement. We reached the edge of a small ravine, and Jack motioned for me to stop. He peered down into the drop, scanning the other side. Something caught his eye, and he stood up straighter, hand gripping his rifle tighter. "I thought I saw movement," he muttered. "Stay low. Let's move." We crouched down and began to move toward the edge of the ravine. As we did, I felt the strange feeling again, the sense that something was watching us, like eyes were trained on our every move. It was unsettling, to say the least. We reached the bottom of the ravine, and I glanced up at Jack. His face was tense, his eyes narrowed in concentration. We moved slowly, carefully toward the other side, and that's when I saw it. A flash of something large moving just beyond a line of trees. "Stay close," Jack whispered again, his voice barely audible over the wind. We moved swiftly now, cutting across the ravine and climbing up the other side. As we crested the ridge, the wind picked up, pushing the smell of pine and damp earth into my nose. It was then that I heard it, a low, guttural sound, almost like a grunt, coming from just ahead. Jack stopped in his tracks, his head snapping toward the sound. His eyes widened slightly. "What the hell?" We moved closer, cautiously, trying not to make a sound. As we rounded a bend in the trees, we stopped dead in our tracks. There, standing in the middle of the clearing, was a massive creature. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. It was huge, its fur matted and dark, its body hunched in a way that looked unnatural. It had the shape of something like a bear, but its legs were too long, its body too slim. And the eyes, there was something wrong with the eyes. They were wide and glowing, like they were reflecting the light in a way that wasn't normal. I could feel my heart race in my chest. It was like every instinct in my body told me to run, but my legs felt like they were frozen in place. "Jack?" I whispered, barely able to keep my voice steady. "What the hell is that?" Jack didn't answer at first. His grip tightened on his rifle, and he took a slow step back. That's when the creature turned its head toward us, its eyes locking onto ours. My blood ran cold. The thing let out a low, rumbling growl, and I saw its teeth, sharp, jagged things that looked like they could tear through bone. Then, in a flash, it lunged. I barely had time to react. Jack fired his rifle, but the shot missed, sending a shock of sound into the air. The creature didn't slow down. It was on us in an instant, moving faster than I thought something that big could. I felt the force of it as it slammed into Jack, knocking him to the ground. His rifle flew from his hands, landing several feet away. The creature snarled, its mouth open wide, and I saw its claws, long, razor-sharp, and glinting in the light. "Jack!" I shouted, but my voice was lost in the chaos. I raised my rifle, but I couldn't get a clear shot. Without thinking, I ran. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I bolted. I knew I wasn't going to outrun the thing, but I didn't know what else to do. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could hear the creature chasing me, its heavy footsteps thundering behind me. I glanced over my shoulder once, and that's when I saw it. A massive shape, closing the gap between us. I pushed myself harder, desperate to get to safety. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I reached the edge of the woods. The trees thinned out, and I could see the cabin in the distance. I forced myself to keep going, my legs burning, my breath ragged. I could hear the creature's growls growing louder. I made it to the cabin, bursting through the door and slamming it shut behind me. I didn't care about the noise I'd made. I just needed to get inside. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the lock. The creature wasn't far behind. I knew that much. I could hear its growls and the thud of its footsteps getting closer. But as I locked the door, I realized something. The sound of its steps had stopped. The growling had faded. I waited, heart in my throat. I stood still, listening. And then, nothing. Silence. Minutes passed, maybe longer, but I didn't dare move. The room was pitch black, the only sound my own breathing, heavy and ragged. I felt my way to the window, careful not to make a sound, and peeked outside. There was nothing, no sign of the creature. I exhaled, the weight of the situation sinking in. What had just happened? I didn't know. But one thing was certain, the woods weren't the same. Something had changed. Something out there had shifted, and I wasn't sure what, but I was damn sure I wasn't going back into those woods without answers. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I sat by the fire, listening to the wind howl outside, and kept my rifle close. Jack was gone. I didn't know what had happened to him, but I couldn't bring myself to go out and look. I never did find out what that thing was. Some nights, I can still hear it in my head. The low growl, the sound of it moving through the trees. I can still see its eyes, glowing in the dark, staring at me. The next morning, I packed up and left the cabin. The memories of that night lingering in my mind like a shadow I couldn't escape. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway. A few days to myself in a cabin up in the northern woods of Wisconsin. The idea was simple. No work, no distractions, just peace and quiet. I needed it. My job had been stressful. I'd been going through a rough patch personally, and I was desperate to clear my head. The kind of quiet that comes from being far away from everything. Deep in the woods, surrounded only by trees and the sounds of nature. I'd rented the cabin from a small, family-owned place near the town of Eerie. The owner, a middle-aged man named Roy, had been friendly when I called. He explained that the cabin was off the grid. No electricity, no phone signal, just a wood stove for heat, candles for light, and an old-fashioned hand pump for water. The perfect place to escape everything. I arrived in the late afternoon, the air cool with that crisp, autumn bite. The long dirt road leading to the cabin was narrow, winding, and lined with dense trees that looked like something out of an old horror movie. I parked my car a few hundred yards from the cabin and grabbed my bags, feeling the weight of the isolation starting to settle in. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the faint rustle of branches in the wind. The cabin was small but charming. It had a rugged exterior, built from rough-hewn logs, the kind you'd see in old Western movies. A porch stretched around the front, and inside it was cozy bare except for the essentials. A wooden table, a couple of chairs, a fireplace with a few logs stacked nearby, and an old leather armchair by the window. The walls were lined with hunting trophies, deer antlers, and old maps. It had a well-worn, lived-in feel that made it feel welcoming despite the eerie quiet that surrounded it. I spent the first hour or so unpacking, getting things settled. I lit a fire in the stove, made myself some coffee, and took a seat in the armchair, gazing out the window at the trees swaying in the breeze. It was peaceful, the kind of peace that felt almost unnatural. There wasn't a sound for miles. No birds, no animals, not even the distant hum of a passing car. Just the stillness. After a while, I decided to take a walk. I grabbed my jacket and headed out the door, locking it behind me. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky. The woods were quiet, almost too quiet. I walked along the small trail near the cabin, breathing in the cool, fresh air. It wasn't long before the path started to fade, and I realized I had wandered deeper than I intended. The trail was barely visible now, and the dense trees around me made it hard to tell where I was. I stood still for a moment, trying to get my bearings. The silence pressed in on me, thick and heavy. Then I heard it, a faint sound, a snap of a twig. I froze, listening. The wind had died down, so I could hear clearly now. It came again, a crunch of leaves underfoot. Someone or something was nearby. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer, but a small voice at the back of my mind whispered that it wasn't. It was too deliberate, too intentional. I decided to head back to the cabin, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. I quickened my pace, my eyes scanning the trees, my heart pounding in my chest. I made it back to the cabin just as the sun disappeared completely, leaving only the dim glow of twilight. I locked the door behind me and threw the deadbolt, feeling a strange unease settle in my stomach. The house was still and quiet, but it didn't feel as welcoming anymore. I stoked the fire, trying to shake off the feeling of dread creeping in. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The cabin creaked and groaned, as cabins often do when the wind shifts, but I couldn't ignore the sense that something was off. I heard another noise, a thud, coming from outside. I told myself it was an animal again, maybe a bear or a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was too close, too deliberate. I lay there, staring into the dark, wide awake. Then, another noise. This time, a tap on the window. I shot up in bed, my heart racing. I hadn't heard anything approach the cabin. No footsteps, no rustling in the bushes. Nothing. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and shone it toward the window. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but there was nothing out there. The trees were still, the snow-covered ground undisturbed. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I was just being paranoid. It was just the isolation getting to me. I turned off the flashlight and lay back down, pulling the covers up to my chin. But I couldn't sleep. Every little sound, the crackling of the fire, the wind against the walls, kept me on edge. I kept imagining shadows moving just outside my window, things lurking just beyond the reach of the light. Around 2 a.m., I finally drifted off into a restless sleep. The next day, I decided to stick to the cabin and relax. I spent the morning reading, making some breakfast, and just trying to shake the unsettling feelings that had been with me since I arrived. But the strange occurrences kept happening. I'd hear footsteps outside, soft, slow steps, just out of sight. I'd hear branches scraping against the cabin, but when I went outside to check, there was nothing there. By the time evening rolled around, I was on edge. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling of being watched was getting stronger. The sounds outside were becoming more frequent. Scraping, tapping, the sound of something moving in the woods. I decided to leave the cabin for a while to take a drive into town. I needed a break from the tension that seemed to be suffocating me. I locked up the cabin and headed down the road, my headlights cutting through the dark. The town was only about 20 minutes away, but I didn't take my time getting there. I felt an urgency to be away from that cabin, from whatever was out there. I grabbed a coffee from the small diner in town and sat at a table trying to relax. But my mind kept drifting back to the cabin. I couldn't stop thinking about the noises, the feeling that something wasn't right, someone was out there. I spent a couple of hours in town, just trying to clear my head, but I knew I couldn't stay away forever. The moment I got back to the cabin, the sense of unease hit me again, like a wave. But I pushed through it, telling myself that I had overreacted. There was nothing out there, just the woods, the wind, and my own imagination. I spent the next few days trying to make the best of the situation. I went for hikes, chopped firewood, cooked meals, anything to distract myself. But the strange occurrences didn't stop. The tapping, the rustling, the occasional glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision. It was like something was following me, but I couldn't catch it. Every time I went outside, the woods seemed to close in around me, darker and more oppressive. On the fourth night, I decided to leave. I packed up my things, ready to head back to civilization, to get away from the strange feeling that had been hanging over me. As I started the car and backed out of the driveway, I looked at the cabin one last time. For a moment, I thought I saw something in the window, a figure, standing still. But when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't stop to check. I drove all the way back to town, not once looking back. The cabin was still behind me, but I had no intention of ever going back. As I left the woods behind, I realized one thing. Whatever it was that had been watching me wasn't some figment of my imagination. It was real. And as I thought about the cabin, the trees, the sounds in the night, I knew that I had narrowly escaped something far worse than just a spooky cabin in the woods. Something was out there, and it wasn't going away. I never went back. And to this day, I can't help but wonder what was really out there. But I know one thing for sure, whatever it was, it didn't want me there. And I wasn't about to find out what would have happened if I had stayed any longer. It had been a long drive, the kind where you barely notice the hours passing because the monotony of the road, the lack of any real human presence, puts you in a daze. I was 27, alone, and searching for some time away from my busy life. Maybe I was running from something I couldn't quite define. Stress, a breakup, the weight of expectations from people around me. Whatever it was, this cabin was supposed to help me forget, to let me breathe for a few days. It was located deep in the Northwoods of Michigan, tucked away from the nearest town, surrounded by nothing but dense trees and rough terrain. My uncle, Greg, had told me about it when I was younger, how it was his getaway, his hideaway from everything. He passed away 2 years ago, leaving the cabin to me. I didn't even know if it was still in good condition, but I figured I'd find out soon enough. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sky overcast, heavy clouds hanging low. It was that strange kind of quiet, no birds, no sounds of any animals, just the rustle of the wind in the trees. The cabin stood there, just as my uncle had described it, old, creaky, but solid. The wood was weathered and worn, with patches of moss growing on the sides, but it still looked sturdy enough. I opened the door with a creak and stepped inside, the familiar musty smell of old wood and mildew filling the air. The space was small, a one-room cabin with a loft where the bed was. The main room had a fireplace, a couple of chairs, a table, and a set of old bookshelves filled with dust-covered books. It looked untouched, almost like time had frozen in that place, and I thought for a moment that maybe I wasn't the first one to visit after my uncle's death. I dropped my duffel bag by the door, setting up a fire in the hearth. The logs cracked and popped, and the warmth spread throughout the room. I unpacked a few things, pulled out a blanket, and sank into one of the chairs by the fire. There was nothing else to do. The evening was creeping in, and the wind outside was picking up, howling through the trees. It was the kind of night where the darkness seemed to swallow everything. I was fine with that, though. I liked the isolation. It was peaceful. I remember feeling a strange sense of calmness. It was almost like the forest was holding me in its grasp, making me forget about the world I'd left behind. But that peace didn't last long. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the wind picked up even more. The house groaned under the pressure. The fire was blazing now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the cabin settling, the wind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I couldn't help but feel watched. The first noise I heard wasn't natural. It was a thud, slow, deliberate. I sat up straighter in my chair, eyes darting toward the window. My heart raced, but I told myself it was probably just an animal. I had heard plenty of animals in the woods before. Deer, raccoons, maybe even a bear. But this sound, it was too rhythmic, too intentional to be from an animal. I stood and grabbed the flashlight from the table, stepping quietly to the door. I cracked it open a sliver, shining the light into the yard. Nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. I felt foolish for even considering something was out there. There was nothing but forest and shadows. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that crawled up my spine. The thud had stopped. Whatever it was had gone silent. I closed the door, double-locking it, but I left the chain undone, just in case. I spent the next few hours sitting by the fire, trying to convince myself that the quiet had returned. But my mind kept drifting to that sound, kept playing on a loop in my head, like it was warning me. At around midnight, I heard it again. This time, closer. The thud echoed through the cabin, and this time it wasn't a single thud. It was followed by a dragging sound, as if someone or something was moving through the forest just outside the cabin walls. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. This wasn't normal. This wasn't an animal. I grabbed my phone, but the signal was weak out here. I had no way of calling anyone, and the realization hit me that I was completely alone. There was no one to help if something went wrong. The thought made my pulse race even faster. I decided to check the windows. Slowly, carefully, I approached each one, peering out into the darkness. The light from the fire illuminated the walls but couldn't reach far enough into the yard. I saw nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I went back to the door, locked it again, and stepped toward the back room, which had a small closet. Maybe I could hide something in there, just in case. I was about to grab my jacket when I heard the creak of the floorboards behind me. It was faint but unmistakable. Someone was in the cabin with me. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing. Nothing but the shadows in the corners of the room. Then I heard a voice, but not a voice I could recognize. It was low, guttural, like someone was trying to whisper but couldn't quite manage it. The sound seemed to come from all around me, surrounding me, invading my senses. It was like the air itself was closing in on me, smothering me. I bolted for the door, my feet pounding against the floor as I grabbed the handle. But just as I touched it, I heard a loud bang from outside. The door rattled on its hinges, as if something had slammed against it from the other side. My stomach twisted in fear. Then, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of someone breathing heavily just outside the door. I froze. Suddenly, the door rattled again, followed by another bang, this one harder than the last. It was as if whatever was outside was testing the strength of the door, trying to force its way in. Panic shot through me. This wasn't just a person, I could feel it. This was someone dangerous, someone who wanted something from me, and they weren't going to stop until they got it. I moved quietly, grabbing whatever I could find to use as a weapon. I picked up a metal fireplace poker, my hands shaking as I held it in front of me. I had no idea what to expect, but I knew one thing. I needed to stay alive. The thudding from outside stopped. The silence was deafening. I crept closer to the door, pressing my ear against it. Then the handle turned. I didn't move. I just waited. The door creaked open a few inches, but something wasn't right. The wind had stopped, and the air felt wrong. I heard a low chuckle, sent a chill down my spine. Then the door opened fully, and I saw him. The man was tall, wearing a dark coat, his face shadowed beneath the brim of a hat. His eyes were wide, too wide, like he was studying me, trying to figure out what I was going to do next. His hands were steady, but his breath was erratic, like he was excited. I gripped the poker tightly, ready to defend myself. But as he stepped closer, I realized there was nowhere to run. The cabin had no back door. There was no escape. He tilted his head as if studying me like some kind of specimen, and then, as if realizing something, his expression changed. It wasn't amusement anymore. It was anger. "I knew you'd be trouble," he muttered, stepping even closer. The seconds stretched on as I held my breath. Then, in one swift motion, I swung the poker at him, the metal connecting with his head with a sickening thud. He staggered back, but I didn't stop. I swung again, this time catching him in the side. He dropped to the floor with a grunt, his body going limp. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the sound of his breathing slow, and finally stop. The forest outside was silent now, the wind having settled, as if it too was holding its breath. I stared at the man's lifeless body, my hands still shaking as I let the poker drop to the floor. I couldn't say how long I stood there, but eventually, I mustered the strength to leave the cabin. The wind picked up again as I stepped outside, my breath misting in the cool night air. I didn't know what had brought that man here or why he'd been watching me, but I knew one thing. I wasn't staying another minute. As I walked away from the cabin, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I looked down and saw a message from a friend. "You good? Haven't heard from you in a while." It felt strange to read that, as if the world had kept moving while I was caught in a nightmare. I never returned to that cabin. The forest swallowed it whole, just like it had swallowed everything else. Whatever had been out there was gone now, and I was too far away to care. But I'd never forget the feeling of being hunted, and I'd never forget the night the quiet forest turned into a trap. It was a quiet evening when I decided to head out to the cabin. A few days of solitude sounded like exactly what I needed, especially after the craziness of work. The place I rented was in a remote corner of Oregon, deep in the woods. There was no cell service, no internet, just me and the forest. The drive up was long, and the weather was starting to turn, the heavy clouds rolling in as if the sky had been waiting for me to arrive. I'd always wanted to experience a quiet, rainy night alone in the woods, just a simple life with nothing but the sound of raindrops tapping against the cabin windows. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the rain had already started. I could hear the soft rumble of thunder in the distance, and the air had that cool, fresh scent that only comes before a downpour. The cabin itself wasn't much, just a small wooden structure that looked like it belonged to another era. There were vines creeping up the sides, moss clinging to the roof, and the front porch had a few chairs that looked weathered from years of exposure. Despite its age, the cabin had a certain charm to it. It seemed to invite me in, promising the peace and quiet I was seeking. I grabbed my bag from the back of my car and walked up the porch steps. The door creaked open easily, and I stepped inside, greeted by the faint smell of old wood and firewood. The place was sparsely furnished. A couch sat against one wall, covered with a thick, plaid blanket. A small kitchen was off to the side, and the stove looked like it hadn't been used in a long time, though the firewood stacked in the corner suggested otherwise. The whole cabin had that lived-in feel, like someone had used it for years but hadn't bothered to clean it in quite some time. It was perfect. The rain started to pick up, drumming harder against the roof. I put my bag down and set about making a fire in the small fireplace. The wood crackled as the flames caught, and soon the cabin was filled with the warm glow of the fire. I opened a bottle of wine I had brought with me and settled into the armchair near the hearth, watching the rain pour outside. That's when I noticed something odd. A faint sound, almost like a knock. At first, I thought it might be the rain hitting the window. The storm was intense, and the wind was making the trees sway, causing them to creak and groan. But then I heard it again. A distinct, deliberate knock came from the back door. I sat up, my heart skipping a beat. There was no one around for miles. The nearest neighbor was a good 2 miles away, and there hadn't been any sign of anyone else as I drove up. I stood up slowly, walking toward the door, my mind racing. I knew I was being paranoid. It was just the storm, maybe the wind pushing the door against the frame. But something told me it wasn't the wind. The knock came again, louder this time. I stood frozen for a moment. My mind was trying to reason with the fear bubbling up in my chest. Could be nothing. It had to be nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen counter and walked carefully to the back door. The rain had picked up even more, the sound of it crashing against the roof and the ground nearly deafening. I peered out through the small window in the door, scanning the darkness. There was nothing out there, just the rain and the trees swaying in the wind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I hesitated for a moment before deciding to open the door and step outside. The cold air hit me instantly, and I wrapped my arms around myself for warmth. I shone the flashlight around, looking for any signs of movement in the darkness. Nothing. The woods were still and silent, save for the storm. It was hard to see anything beyond the reach of the flashlight beam, and I began to feel foolish for even stepping out. I was about to turn back when I heard it. A noise from the woods. It was faint at first, like a rustling in the bushes. Then came a snap of a branch. It was too deliberate to be an animal. Someone was out there. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen for a moment, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Whoever it was, they weren't making any effort to hide. I could hear them moving, but it wasn't the hurried, frantic movement of someone trying to sneak away. No, this was slow, deliberate, almost like they were waiting for me to react. The beam of my flashlight flickered as I tried to steady my hand. My mind raced through a million possibilities, none of them good. The isolation of the cabin, the storm, the knock on the door. It all suddenly felt wrong. I turned back to the cabin, my heart pounding. I had to get inside. As I stepped back toward the door, I heard the rustling again, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps crunching against the wet ground. I rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind me, and locked it with trembling hands. My heart was racing, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me. I leaned against the door, listening intently. The rain was still coming down in sheets, but I could hear the footsteps outside, now slow and deliberate. They were circling the cabin. I moved quickly to the window, peering through the blinds. The The flashlight beam had disappeared, but the figure was still out there, just beyond the reach of the rain. I couldn't make out any details, but I could see the shape of a man moving steadily through the trees. A chill ran through me. What the hell was he doing out there? I backed away from the window, my mind spinning. Whoever it was, they weren't here for anything good. I knew I needed to stay calm. The cabin was secure, locked doors, windows, and a fireplace. I wasn't defenseless, but I also knew the isolation meant no one could help me if things went wrong. The man outside didn't move. He just stood there, hidden in the trees, waiting. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel the weight of his presence like a heavy shadow pressing against the cabin walls. I grabbed my phone, hoping to make a call. Maybe I was being paranoid, but I wasn't taking any chances. But when I checked, the signal was still dead. The storm had knocked out any chance of contacting anyone. I was completely alone. The man started walking again, his footsteps dragging through the mud, like he was coming closer. I retreated into the kitchen, grabbing a knife from the drawer and holding it tightly in my hand. Felt stupid, but it was the only thing I had. The sound of his footsteps grew louder, closer to the cabin now. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. I waited, my breath shallow. The silence was deafening. And then came the knock again. 3 sharp raps on the back door. I froze, the knife still clutched in my hand. Whoever it was wanted in. But why? Why knock if you were gonna break in anyway? I didn't know what to do. My mind raced, and my fingers gripped the handle of the knife so tightly that my knuckles turned white. The knock came again, and then another. The cabin was small, and I could feel the walls closing in on me. It was impossible to stay calm. My heart pounded so loudly that I thought it might give me away. I could hear my own breath echo in the silence. Suddenly, the front door rattled. Someone was trying to open it. I backed away into the shadows, clutching the knife. The door shook again. It felt like time had frozen, and all I could do was wait. The man was close, and I was alone, trapped in a cabin with no way out. The door rattled once more, then stopped. A silence filled the space between us. I could still hear the rain, the wind, the sound of my heart beating in my chest. And then nothing.
No footsteps. No knocks.
No sound. I waited for what felt like an eternity. I didn't dare move, unsure if the man was still out there, waiting for me to make a mistake. After what felt like hours, I finally dared to look through the window again. The storm had slowed, the wind had died down, and the woods were quiet once more. The figure had disappeared. With trembling hands, I unlatched the door and stepped outside, cautiously scanning the area. The woods were still, the only sounds the distant murmur of the storm and the drip of water from the trees. I don't know how long I stood there, just trying to convince myself that everything was fine. But deep down, I knew. Whoever that man was, he hadn't gone far. I spent the night with every light on, every door locked. By morning, the storm had cleared, and the silence of the woods returned, but the tension never fully left. I didn't stay much longer than I had to. The cabin wasn't a refuge anymore. It was a reminder that sometimes solitude in the woods isn't as peaceful as it seems. When I left, I didn't look back. And as I drove down that winding road, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one who had left the cabin that night. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend, a break from the noise of the city, a retreat into the woods. Just me, my cousin Thomas, his wife Claire, and her stepsister Rachel. The cabin was tucked away in the thick forest of a remote part of the Appalachian Mountains, a place where the phone signal barely reached, and the closest town was miles away. The perfect place to disconnect and spend a few days away from the hustle. The sun had set hours ago, and the wind had started picking up as we settled into the cabin. The old wood creaked and groaned with every gust. The house wasn't much, just a small, one-room cabin with a fireplace, a couple of couches, and a table in the center. We all crowded around the fire, and the warmth of the flames was comforting against the chill that had begun to creep into the air. Rachel, the younger of the two sisters, had always been a bit of an outsider. She was quieter, more reserved, but in a way that was different from how some people might describe shyness. It was as if she always carried something with her, something unspoken. It wasn't that she was difficult to be around, but she often seemed distant, like her mind was somewhere else. Thomas, on the other hand, was as friendly as they come. He'd always been the type to keep the conversation going, keep things light, and make everyone feel at ease. Claire, his wife, was the perfect balance. Practical, calm, and sensible. She made sure everyone had what they needed and that nothing got out of hand. That first night, as we sat around the fire, the conversation was light. We shared stories from the past, talked about life back home, and laughed about the stupid things we had done as kids. It was comforting in a way, the kind of conversation that makes you forget the world outside, if only for a while. But as the hours wore on, something began to change. It started with the noises. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on the cabin, but there was something else. A faint scratching sound, followed by something like the gentle thump of footsteps. At first, we all shrugged it off as just the house settling. But then the scratching came again, louder this time, and this time it seemed to be coming from outside. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, moving around in the underbrush. But there was something unsettling about the sound. It didn't feel natural, not like any animal I'd ever heard. It was rhythmic, like someone was pacing back and forth, just out of sight. Thomas and Claire didn't seem to notice at first. Rachel, however, had a different look on her face. She was staring out the window, her eyes wide. I followed her gaze, but saw nothing in the darkness beyond the cabin. "I'm sure it's nothing," I said, trying to break the tension. "Just the wind, maybe a squirrel or something." But Rachel didn't look convinced. She got up abruptly and walked toward the door. "I'll check outside," she said, her voice sharp. "Rachel, don't be stupid," Claire said, but her tone was more tired than anything. "It's dark out there, and you don't know what's out there." Rachel didn't answer. She just opened the door and stepped outside. The door creaked closed behind her, and we all sat in silence, the sound of the fire crackling louder now in the sudden quiet. A few minutes passed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then the door opened again. Rachel stepped back inside, her face pale. "There's nothing out there," she said, her voice tight. "But I swear, I heard someone walking around." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Did you see anyone?" I asked. "No," she replied quickly, too quickly. "I didn't see anything, but it felt like something was watching me." Claire raised an eyebrow. "Rachel, you've always been a little paranoid. You sure you're not just spooked?" "I don't know," Rachel said, her voice wavering, "but it felt real." We tried to brush it off, convinced that it was just the isolation of the place messing with our minds. It was easy to get paranoid when you were alone in a cabin in the middle of the woods, with no one else for miles. But despite our reassurances, the unease lingered in the air. That night, we all retired to our respective rooms. The cabin had a loft with a bed, and I took it while Thomas and Claire took the smaller bedroom downstairs. Rachel opted for the couch in the living room, her back to the fire. I tried to sleep, but the wind howled outside, rattling the windows. I couldn't get comfortable, and my mind kept racing back to the sounds we had heard earlier. The next morning, I woke up early to find the others already up. Rachel was nowhere to be seen. I figured she had gone out for a walk, but when I asked Thomas, he looked confused. "She didn't leave this morning," he said, glancing around the cabin. She's not in her room either. That's when the panic started to set in. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach as I realized that Rachel wasn't in the cabin anymore. It wasn't like her to disappear without saying anything. We searched the entire cabin, even checked the yard outside, but there was no sign of her. We called her name, but there was no answer. No one had seen her leave, and no one had heard anything. Hours passed. We searched further into the woods, calling her name, but it felt as if the trees were swallowing the sound. There was something wrong about the whole situation. Something wasn't adding up. By late afternoon, we were all on edge. We contacted the local authorities, but by the time they arrived, night had fallen. The search was difficult, and the forest was thick. As the hours stretched on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just looking for Rachel anymore. The woods felt wrong. The air was dense, heavy with something unspoken. The next few days blurred together. We never found Rachel, and the police had no leads. The weather worsened, and the forest seemed to close in around us. We eventually had to leave the cabin, but as we drove away, I couldn't help but wonder, was Rachel ever really there? Had she just disappeared into the night, or had someone been out there with us the entire time? It had been a few years since I last visited the cabin. It wasn't much, just a small, weathered place tucked away on the edge of a quiet graveyard. I don't know why I'd agreed to return. Maybe it was the lure of solitude. Maybe it was the way the old memories seemed to be wrapped in layers of dust and silence that I could never quite forget. Or maybe it was simply the nagging feeling in the back of my mind that I needed to confront something I'd been running from for far too long. I'd heard all the rumors about the place, of course. People around here, especially the older folks, would mutter about strange happenings, things that didn't quite add up. They spoke of the graveyard as if it were alive with secrets, the cemetery itself a collection of whispered stories. They all said the same thing: don't go near that cabin. But for me, it wasn't the graveyard that haunted me. It was the cabin itself. It sat at the far end of the cemetery, behind the oldest rows of stones, where the ground dipped and twisted in ways that didn't seem natural. I always found it strange that such a place existed. How did it even get there? A cabin, built so close to the graves, separated by nothing more than a few old fences and overgrown bushes. It was like someone had designed it to be isolated from everything and everyone else. I remember the first time I saw the cabin. I was younger then, still a teenager, and my cousin had dared me to go there with him. We hadn't known much about it back then, just that it was old, abandoned, and supposedly haunted. We didn't believe in ghosts, though. What frightened us more was the isolation, the sense that this place, the cabin and the graveyard surrounding it, was a forgotten corner of the world. As soon as we stepped into the clearing, I felt a shift. Something about the place felt wrong, like a heavy weight pressing down on your chest. But I brushed it off. We spent the afternoon there, poking around, daring each other to step inside the cabin. We never did, not until the sun began to set. It was then that we noticed the strange things. The unmarked graves near the cabin, the sense of eyes watching from the darkness. That was when we ran. Years passed, and I couldn't escape the image of the cabin, nor the strange unease that still lingered in the back of my mind. Life moved on, but that place never left me. I wasn't sure why, but something about it drew me back, even though I had every reason to avoid it. I don't know what exactly pushed me to make the decision this time, to return to the cabin on a quiet weekend. Maybe it was the need to finally put those old fears to rest. Maybe I wanted to prove something to myself. But now that I was standing in front of it again, I realized that I hadn't come here to relive the past. I had come to face something I couldn't quite put into words. The air was colder than I remembered, and the silence was thick. I stood at the edge of the graveyard, watching the cabin, feeling a tug in my chest that I couldn't ignore. The place hadn't changed much. The cabin was still the same. Weathered wood, sagging roof, and broken windows. It looked abandoned, neglected. But then, I wasn't sure what I expected to find here. It had always been abandoned. The cemetery stretched out behind it, rows of graves in varying states of disrepair. Some were old, with weathered stones that seemed to have been forgotten by time, while others looked fresh, with flowers scattered over them as if someone still cared. The contrast made the whole place seem more unsettling, as if the cabin itself was stuck between two worlds, one of the living and one of the dead. I walked toward it slowly, my boots crunching on the dry ground. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees, but it did nothing to break the oppressive quiet. I tried not to think about how alone I was, how isolated this place felt. But the closer I got, the more uneasy I became. It wasn't just the cabin itself. It was the feeling that something had been here before me. Presence. Something old. Something that never quite left. When I finally reached the cabin, I paused for a moment, taking in the sight. The door hung open, just slightly, as though it had been waiting for someone to step inside. The air around it felt heavy, like the world itself was holding its breath. I stepped forward, my heart pounding in my chest, and pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the empty space inside. The air inside smelled stale, like mildew and dust. Sunlight filtered in through the broken windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. The place was exactly as I remembered. Empty, forsaken. The floor was covered in old newspapers, some of them yellowed with age, others torn and crumpled. The furniture was sparse, just a rickety old chair and a broken table. I walked deeper into the cabin, my footsteps cautious, my eyes scanning every corner. There was a chill in the air that seemed to seep into my bones. I moved to the far side of the room, where a small stone fireplace sat, cold and unused. The walls were bare, except for a few old, faded photographs hanging crookedly. But then I saw it, a small, rusted box sitting on the floor in the corner. At first, I thought it was just another piece of debris left behind. But as I walked closer, something about it caught my attention. It was too out of place, too deliberate. It had the look of something hidden, something left behind by someone who didn't want it to be found. My curiosity got the best of me, and I bent down to pick it up. The metal was cold to the touch, and when I lifted the lid, I was met with a pile of old, yellowing papers and a few small trinkets. I flipped through the papers slowly, carefully, until something caught my eye. It was a letter, faded but still legible. The letter was addressed to someone named Henry, but the signature was illegible. The contents were strange, cryptic. It spoke of debts owed, of promises broken, of things hidden deep beneath the surface. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. There was something wrong about this letter, something that felt dangerous, as though I had stumbled across something I was never meant to see. I didn't know what to make of it, so I stuffed it back into the box and closed the lid. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it grew stronger, more oppressive. It was as though the very air in the room had thickened, as if the cabin itself were holding its breath, waiting for something. I stood up, glancing nervously around the room. The silence was unnerving now, the weight of it pressing down on me. I needed to leave. The cabin was never meant to be a place of comfort. It was a place of endings, a place where stories were buried and forgotten. I had no business being here. I stepped back toward the door, my eyes lingering on the shadows that seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally around me. I was almost at the door when I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a rustling, like footsteps on the ground behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but the cabin was empty. There was no one there, Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something was watching me. Something had been here long before I arrived, and something was waiting for me to leave. I didn't hesitate any longer. I ran out of the cabin and back toward the cemetery, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't stop until I reached the gate, and even then, I glanced over my shoulder one last time. The cabin stood there, silent, unmoving, but the feeling stayed with me. The unease, the sense that something had shifted, something had been uncovered that wasn't meant to be. I never went back to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. Some places, some things are better left alone, buried in the past. The graveyard, the cabin, the letter, all of it is part of something I don't want to understand. I don't know who Henry was, or what debt he owed, or what he was running from. But I know this: that cabin, those graves, and whatever secrets they hold are not meant for me. And I am okay with that. I had been working as a park ranger in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan for a little over 6 months. The park was vast, stretching across miles of dense woods, hiking trails, and forgotten corners of land where few people ventured. Most of the time, I worked alongside a team, but tonight I was alone. The ranger cabin sat at the far edge of the park, an old structure built decades ago and barely updated since. The roof was slightly sagging, and the walls creaked with the wind. But it was home for the night, and it wasn't my first time staying here. It was a crisp autumn evening, just past dusk, with the air biting at my skin. The sky above was clear, the stars already starting to punctuate the darkening sky, but the wind had begun picking up, rustling through the trees. I made my way back to the cabin after a quick check of the park. There was something strange about the stillness tonight, something I couldn't quite shake. The usual noise of wildlife was absent, and the forest felt unnervingly quiet. I brushed it off. Maybe it was just the season. The trees, barren of leaves, swaying under the pressure of the wind. I locked the door behind me and went about my usual evening routine. A quick dinner, checking the radio for any updates, and preparing for the long night ahead. The cabin had no electricity, save for a few solar-powered lights, so everything ran on oil lamps and a small propane stove. As I settled into my chair by the fire, something gnawed at the back of my mind, a feeling of being watched. I told myself it was just the isolation of the park playing tricks on me. It wasn't uncommon for me to get jumpy after a few hours alone in the woods. But tonight was different. The cabin felt wrong. I rose to check the windows, peering out into the woods. Nothing, just the usual dance of shadows cast by the wind through the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation. I went back to the fire, trying to distract myself. The glow from the flames flickered in the dark room, casting long, eerie shadows along the walls. The only sound was the crackling of the fire and the wind outside. It must have been around midnight when I heard it. A knock, soft at first, then louder, like someone was tapping on the walls. My heart skipped a beat. The cabin was isolated. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and no one had a reason to be out here at this time of night. I froze, straining to listen. The knock came again, but this time it was different. It was coming from the back of the cabin, near the woodshed. I grabbed the flashlight, the beam shaking slightly in my hand, and made my way to the back door. Nothing. I stood in the doorway for a moment, scanning the dark woods. It was strange, but there was no sign of movement, no sound, not even the rustling of leaves. The wind had stopped. I had to admit it was getting to me. I stepped outside, the cold air hitting me in waves, and looked around, flashlights sweeping the area. Everything was still, too still. My boots crunched on the dirt path as I walked toward the woodshed. There was nothing there, no signs of anyone having been nearby, just the usual forest debris, an abandoned woodpile, and a few old tools that had seen better days. I let out a slow breath, chalking it up to my overactive imagination. It wasn't the first time I'd gotten spooked during a night shift, but then I heard it again, this time from deeper in the woods. A sharp, quick snap like a branch breaking under the weight of something large. I froze, my heartbeat picking up again. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there. I turned back toward the cabin, then stopped dead in my tracks. The door had been left slightly ajar. I hadn't left it like that. Adrenaline surged through me. I rushed back to the cabin, my thoughts racing. Who would be out here at this hour? Why was the door open? I burst inside, scanning the dark corners of the room with the flashlight. My eyes immediately fell on something odd. A pair of muddy boots just inside the doorway, tucked out of view. No one should have been inside. I moved to the counter, grabbing the radio to call in, but as I turned, I heard something behind me. A low creak. I whipped around, my flashlight beam catching the figure standing in the far corner of the room. A man. I didn't know how long he had been standing there, but he wasn't wearing any uniform, just a worn flannel shirt and faded jeans. His face was partially obscured by the shadows, but I could see his eyes, cold and unblinking, staring right at me. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The world around me felt like it was closing in. Then the man spoke. His voice was rough, like gravel, and his words barely made sense. I need help. The road, blocked, can't get out. I couldn't make sense of what he was saying, but the urgency in his voice made my stomach twist. I forced myself to speak, though my voice was shaky. Who are you? What are you doing here? His eyes didn't leave mine, but he didn't answer right away. The silence was suffocating. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he seemed to notice the boots in the corner and step back, his foot catching the edge of a chair. Couldn't help but flinch. Something wasn't right. I took a cautious step forward, ready to defend myself if needed. I glanced at the door, considering my options. Could I make it to the radio? Should I try to get out of the cabin? Before I could decide, the man's gaze flicked to something behind me. I followed his eyes, turning just in time to see a shadow dart past the window. Another figure. This wasn't right. I had to get out. My mind screamed at me to act, but my body felt paralyzed. The man in front of me seemed to notice my hesitation and took a slow step forward, his hands raised, palms outward in a strange gesture. I didn't trust him. I didn't trust any of this. Then came a loud bang from outside, something heavy hitting the cabin wall. It sent me jumping back, and I barely caught myself before I stumbled. My heart raced. I had no idea what was happening, but I knew one thing. I wasn't alone in that cabin anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed to the back door, trying to get outside, but when I opened it, the wind hit me like a wall. My vision blurred in the gusts, and I squinted, trying to see through the darkness. The trees swayed violently, and I thought I saw figures moving between them. My mind raced. I had to get to the truck. I didn't look back as I ran toward the truck, the light from the cabin barely visible in the distance. I could hear footsteps behind me, but I didn't dare stop to see who was following. The sound of breathing, uneven and erratic, made me pick up my pace. My feet felt heavy, like they were trapped in thick mud, but I pushed myself harder, adrenaline carrying me forward. When I reached the truck, I scrambled to unlock the door, my hands shaking as I gripped the handle. Finally, I got inside, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station in town, a good 20 miles away. My hands were still trembling when I parked, and I didn't know if it was from the cold or the terror that had nearly consumed me. I never went back to the cabin after that night. They found the man later wandering near a different part of the park, but they never could figure out who he was or what he was doing there. No sign of the second person I thought I saw. No trace of anything that made sense. But I knew one thing. That night, something was out there. Something far worse than I could ever understand. And it had followed me. I was 28 when I found myself alone at a cabin in the middle of nowhere. The cabin sat nestled in a small valley, surrounded by a thick, dense forest. A place so isolated that you could hear the wind through the trees and nothing else. No cars, no towns, just the occasional bird or the rustle of animals scurrying through the underbrush. It was supposed to be peaceful, a retreat, a break from the noise of everyday life. I had been feeling worn out from work and the constant rush of life. So when I stumbled upon this remote cabin while looking for a weekend getaway, it felt like the perfect spot. I had rented it through a website that specialized in off-the-beaten-path properties. The pictures showed a charming little cabin with rustic wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and a small kitchen, perfect for a few days of quiet. The drive there was long. The road eventually narrowed, the asphalt cracking and then vanishing into gravel. There were no signs, no directions after a certain point. I had to follow my GPS, which seemed to take me deeper and deeper into the wilderness. The trees grew taller, the shadows longer, and the air got heavier. By the time I arrived, the sun was starting to dip behind the mountains, casting an orange glow over the landscape. It felt almost otherworldly. I parked the car by the cabin and grabbed my bag. The cabin itself seemed even more isolated in person. It was small but sturdy looking, with a wraparound porch and large windows. The kind of place you'd imagine a hermit or woodsman would live in. The thought crossed my mind briefly. Would anyone ever find me out here? I pushed it aside, shaking the unease that threatened to settle. The first thing I noticed was the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind, but a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the air around me. The only sound was the creaking of the cabin's wooden beams, as if the house itself was settling into the ground, adjusting to its environment. I grabbed the key from under the doormat and unlocked the door. Inside, the cabin was as described, rustic, cozy even. The fireplace had a pile of wood stacked neatly beside it. A small couch sat in front of the fire, a bookshelf with a few tattered novels and old board games. The kitchen was simple, a few essentials scattered around the countertops. I dropped my bag onto the bed in the back room and took a moment to survey my surroundings. There was something strange about it, though. I couldn't quite place it, but it felt as though the place had been abandoned for a long time, despite the fact that it had clearly been maintained. There was dust on the shelves, a few spider webs in the corners, but nothing that suggested anyone had stayed there recently. Still, I brushed off the odd feeling, unpacked my things, and decided to settle in for the night. The first few hours were uneventful. I made a simple dinner, watched the sun dip lower into the horizon from the porch, and then spent some time reading by the fire. The dark settled in, the kind of dark that stretches across the landscape like a blanket, swallowing up everything but the lights in the cabin. I had a small flashlight on the table, but I didn't need it. The fire crackled softly, and the occasional owl hooted in the distance. I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so alone, so cut off from the world. But as the night wore on, I began to hear things. At first, it was just the occasional creak of the wood in the walls. I told myself it was just the house adjusting to the temperature drop outside. But then came the sounds from outside. I wasn't sure what it was at first. I thought it might be an animal, a deer, or maybe a fox moving around in the underbrush. But the sounds were deliberate, like someone was moving through the trees, stepping carefully around the branches and leaves. I froze in place, listening. The sounds grew louder, closer. The wind howled through the trees, but these noises weren't the random rustling of leaves. No, these sounds were too organized, too purposeful. I went to the window and peered outside, but the darkness was thick. There was no movement, no shape in the trees, just the swaying branches. My heartbeat quickened, and a strange sense of dread began to settle in my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there, that someone or something was watching me. I moved away from the window and paced the cabin, my eyes darting nervously to the door and the windows. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the sounds hadn't stopped. They were still there, but now I could hear them clearly. A faint crunching of leaves and the snap of twigs underfoot. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped out onto the porch. The cold air hit me like a slap to the face. The woods were still, save for the slight rustling of branches in the wind. There was nothing. I stood there for a long while, scanning the tree line, my flashlight sweeping across the dark shapes of the woods. But there was no one there. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that I had let my imagination run wild. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to focus on something else. But the feeling lingered, like a shadow that refused to leave. Later that night, I went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound, every shift in the wind, made me jump. My mind kept racing, replaying the noises I had heard earlier, trying to rationalize them. Animals, wind, branches moving. But the nagging feeling never left. Around 3 a.m., I woke up with a start. The sound was back, but this time it was closer. It was unmistakable. Someone or something was outside. I grabbed my flashlight and went to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing visible through the glass, but I swore I could see something out there, a figure standing still just beyond the reach of my light. The shape was barely perceptible, but it was there. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my phone and dialed the local ranger station. There was a small town about an hour away, and I figured they could help. I was shaky, but I forced myself to sound calm when the person on the other end picked up. "Hello?" The voice answered groggily. "I'm at a cabin up in the hills. I think someone's out there. I don't know if it's a person or what, but I hear noises outside. It's scaring me." There was a long pause. "Where exactly are you?" I gave them the directions, though I could already hear the skepticism in the voice. "Look, it's not a joke. I need someone to check it out." The ranger sighed. "It's probably just some local wildlife. This place is remote. I'll let you know if we get any reports, but you're probably fine." I felt my stomach drop. "Please, just send someone." There was another pause before the voice softened. "All right, I'll let the guys know, but it'll be a while. Hang tight." I hung up, feeling more uneasy than before. The silence in the cabin seemed to thicken. I sat by the window, the flashlight in my hand, waiting for any sign of movement. Time passed slowly. I wasn't sure how much time had gone by, but the sounds outside had stopped. The next few hours felt like a blur. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but when I woke up, the sun had already risen. It was late morning. The night had been long, full of strange, unsettling thoughts. I stepped outside, still groggy from lack of sleep, and made my way to the edge of the forest, the place where I had seen the figure earlier. There were no signs of anyone. No footprints, no broken branches, no evidence that anyone had been there. Just the quiet, still woods. In the end, I couldn't explain it. I didn't hear the noises again, nor did I see anything else strange. It wasn't until I was leaving the cabin, packing up the last of my things to head back to civilization, that I found it. Hidden under a pile of firewood outside the cabin was a small note, scrawled in hurried handwriting. "Don't come back." The ink was smeared, as though it had been written in a rush or by someone shaking. I left the cabin that day, my heart heavy with the weight of an unease I couldn't shake. I don't know who wrote that note or what the figure in the woods had been, but I was never going back. I was 35 the year I decided to take a solo trip into the Adirondacks. It was late October 2018, and the leaves had already turned to fire, amber, rust, gold. I had burned out after years working construction jobs in upstate New York, and a friend of mine had just moved to Oregon. He left behind an old hunting cabin his grandfather had built decades ago, said I could use it anytime I wanted. The place was about a 2-hour hike from the nearest road. No cell service, no power lines, no other cabins within miles. It sat tucked in a narrow valley near the base of a ridgeline where the forest grew thick and the trails were mostly deer paths. I had been up there with him once before, years ago. I remembered it being peaceful, silent, but I also remembered how quickly the shadows closed in once the sun started to fall. Still, I packed for a week and headed out on a Tuesday morning. I figured I'd clear my head, maybe hunt a little if I felt like it, and just enjoy being alone for a while. I didn't take a gun, just a decent knife, some tools, and a bolt-action pellet rifle for small game. The last thing I expected was any kind of real trouble. The hike in was harder than I remembered. The trailhead was overgrown, and by the time I found the cabin, it was almost 4 in the afternoon. The cabin looked just as it had years ago. Single room, small porch, tin roof. There was an old woodshed off to the left and an outhouse a short walk downhill. I dropped my pack on the porch and stood there for a while, listening. I could hear wind in the trees, nothing else. No planes, no trucks, no voices. It was like stepping out of time. I swept the place out, started a small fire in the old iron stove, and cooked a can of beans with some jerky. The first night, I slept hard. I woke up to cold air and a strange smell, like someone had been burning meat just outside the cabin. Not with smoke. It was faint, but it was enough to make me step outside in my thermals and boots. The morning was still, pale, and the sky above was smeared with a dull silver haze. I walked the area around the cabin but saw nothing. No footprints, no animals, just a faint whiff of something that didn't belong. I figured maybe something had died nearby. A fox or raccoon could have dragged a carcass into the woods, maybe buried it. The soil around here was soft. I pushed it out of my mind and went about splitting wood. Around midday, I walked the perimeter with a small field notebook, marking down anything I thought I could forage. Mushrooms, berries, whatever was left of the season. The place was mostly quiet, but every now and then I thought I heard something strange from up the ridge. Not voices, just sharp, metallic clicks like a hammer tapping stone. A steady rhythm, always in groups of 3. I kept looking back that way, half expecting to see another hunter or maybe someone surveying. But it was just trees, empty woods. Still, I cut my walk short and made it back to the cabin before 3. I didn't sleep as well that second night. I kept hearing things. Twigs snapping near the porch, small rustling movements. I'd get up, step outside, and the woods would be dead silent. By morning, I felt hungover, like I hadn't really slept at all. On the 3rd day, I went up the ridge myself. I had a rough idea of the trail that led there. If you followed the creek uphill and curved east, it would eventually lead you to a kind of overhang. There was a ridge just beyond that with a narrow pass between 2 large boulders. My friend's grandfather had used the area for scouting elk, back when they still wandered through. I found the ridge around 11 and made it to the boulders by noon. The view was incredible. Miles of rolling forest, yellow and orange, framed by dark pines. But I didn't feel relaxed. Something was wrong up there. The air smelled strange again, and I found marks in the soil behind the rocks. Not footprints exactly, just disturbances. Something or someone had knelt there recently. The dirt was pressed flat, and the grass had been crushed in a wide, awkward pattern. I thought maybe a bear had bedded down, but there were no claw marks, no fur, no droppings, and the same smell lingered: burnt meat, dry rot, something chemical. I didn't stay long. That night, I locked the door for the first time. It was just an old deadbolt, probably more symbolic than functional. I left my knife beside the cot and kept the stove going low. I didn't want to hear the silence anymore. I needed some kind of noise. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again. The sharp, rhythmic clicks, 3 in a row, pause, 3 more. Closer this time, maybe just outside the tree line. Then something brushed the cabin wall. Just one long scrape. I sat up, heart pounding, and held still. The fire was low, casting long shadows. Nothing else happened. By morning, I found the back window cracked. A thin line down the center of the glass, like it had been tapped with something metal. I checked the woodshed. The outhouse circled the entire place twice. No prints, no tracks, no damage to the door, just that cracked pane. I told myself I was overreacting, that maybe the cold had stressed the glass. I patched it with duct tape and tried to eat something, but I was losing my appetite. Everything tasted like ash. That afternoon, I found something half buried near the creek. A knife, not mine. A long, rusted blade with a cracked wooden handle. Looked homemade. The grip was wrapped in what might have been cloth once, but now it was stiff, dark with age, maybe blood. I left it where I found it. That night, it got worse. I had just started to doze off when something heavy hit the roof. Not a branch, something with weight. Then another thud, toward the far end. I sat up, slipped my boots on, and listened. Whatever it was, it moved slow, deliberate steps, one at a time, then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The 5th day, I decided to leave. I packed before sunrise and was on the trail by 7. I didn't care about the food I left behind. I just wanted to be out of the woods before nightfall. But as I hiked, I had the creeping feeling that something was behind me. Not close, not visible, but always just far enough to stay out of sight. I made it halfway to the road when I realized I was off trail. The trees looked wrong. The slope was too steep. I turned around, tried to backtrack, but somehow I had circled without noticing. My footprints were there, crisscrossing themselves in the soft soil, like I'd been walking in loops. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing I didn't recognize. In the center was a pile of rocks, stacked intentionally. Not a cairn, just a crude tower of flat stones. At the top sat the same knife I'd left by the creek. I didn't touch it. I turned and kept walking. As darkness fell, I accepted that I wasn't getting out that night. I set up a crude shelter against a fallen log, kept my back to it, and built a small fire. I didn't sleep. All night I heard movement, not animals, something bipedal, pacing slowly around the perimeter of the clearing. No light, no sound but the occasional crunch of leaves. By morning, the rocks were gone. So was the knife. I finally found the trail again around 10 the next morning. I ran most of the way back to my truck. I didn't stop until I hit asphalt. My hands were shaking as I turned the key. The truck started on the second try. I drove without stopping, all the way to Scroon Lake, where I found a small motel and checked in. I didn't speak to anyone, just locked the door and sat in the shower for an hour. I never told anyone what happened out there. A few months later, my friend came back to New York for a visit. He asked if I had used the cabin. I told him yes, but didn't give him the details. Just said the place felt different. He nodded, then said his grandfather had always claimed something wasn't right with that ridge. That sometimes things would go missing, animals would refuse to go near it. Said the old man even found traps sprung with no sign of game. Once, he found a deer caught in a snare, skinned clean, but the meat untouched, just left there. I listened, said nothing, and I never went back. It's been years now, and sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night convinced I hear that same rhythmic tapping. 3 clicks. Pause. 3 more. I moved south, took a job in Tennessee. I haven't been in the woods since, but I still think about that knife, the cracked glass, the sound of something slow and heavy walking across the roof. I don't believe in monsters, but I believe in people. And I believe someone was up there with me, someone who had been there a long, long time. It was a quiet September evening when I first arrived at the cabin, tucked away in the dense woods of upstate New York. The sun was just dipping behind the horizon, casting long shadows across the unpaved road. I hadn't planned on staying for long, just a few days to get away from the pressures of work and the noise of city life. The idea of solitude had always appealed to me, but it was different when you're actually alone, away from everything familiar. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at. A small, weathered structure built decades ago by my grandfather. It had been in our family for generations, mostly used in recent years. I spent some time there as a kid, but it had been a long while. Now, at 32, I needed a break. The hustle and bustle of my daily life had worn me thin, and the promise of some peace and quiet was just what I needed. The drive had taken longer than I expected, mostly due to the winding roads and overgrown trails that led up to the cabin. The GPS was useless out here, and I found myself relying more on old memories of the area to find my way. The forest seemed endless, with trees reaching up like twisted arms in the growing dusk. Every now and then, I would spot a small animal darting across the path, but other than that, it was eerily still. By the time I parked in front of the cabin, the sun had disappeared completely, leaving behind only the faintest trace of light. I grabbed my bag from the car and made my way to the cabin's front door, which creaked as I pushed it open. The air inside smelled of old wood and dust. A faint, musty odor lingered in the corners, but nothing that would make me turn around and leave. Felt safe in a way. The inside of the cabin hadn't changed much since I was a kid. The same worn leather armchair sat by the stone fireplace, and the faded rug still lay on the creaky wooden floor. The kitchen had been minimally updated over the years, but the rest of the cabin remained frozen in time. I wasn't here for luxury. I was here to disconnect, to have nothing but silence for company. I unpacked my things and started a fire in the fireplace. The warmth felt good against the chill of the evening, and as the flames crackled, I settled into the chair with a book. But soon enough, my thoughts began to wander, as they always did when I had too much time alone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't the cabin itself, no, it was the woods surrounding it. The way the trees seemed to move in the wind, bending and twisting, casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. It wasn't normal. I tried to push the thought aside, but it lingered. I was alone out here, completely alone. There were no neighbors for miles, no one to rely on if something went wrong. I reminded myself that it was just my imagination running wild, fueled by years of horror movies and stories. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. After a few hours, the fire had died down, and I turned off the lights, deciding to head to bed. The cabin's only bedroom was upstairs, and as I climbed the creaky stairs, I found myself scanning the darkness outside through the small window at the top. Nothing, just trees, and the occasional flicker of a distant animal moving in the underbrush. I settled into the bed, pulling the thick blanket up to my chin. The room was colder than I'd expected, and despite the warmth from the fireplace downstairs, I couldn't shake the chill that settled in my bones. I closed my eyes, hoping to get some rest, but sleep didn't come easily. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound that made my blood run cold. A faint tapping, like a branch brushing against the window. It was subtle at first, almost like the wind was playing tricks, but then it came again, louder this time. I froze, straining to hear. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't see anything out the window. It was pitch black outside, but the sound persisted, and it was coming from the direction of the forest. My heart raced in my chest, and I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or if something was genuinely off. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate, and it was almost as if it were calling to me. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to make a sound, and crept over to the window. I peeked through the blinds but saw nothing. The woods were completely still. I looked up and down the street, but the path was empty, just the faint glow of the moon illuminating the trees. I shrugged it off, convincing myself that it was just a wild animal or perhaps the wind. I climbed back into bed, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my stomach. But the sound persisted, growing louder and closer. I couldn't deny it anymore. There was someone or something out there. I grabbed my flashlight from the nightstand and carefully crept back to the window. I was about to shine the light out when I heard a voice, low and gravelly, but unmistakably human. It was distant at first, but it was there, like someone whispering from the edge of the woods. "Help!" The voice trailed off, and the tapping stopped. I stood frozen, the flashlight shaking in my hand. My first instinct was to call for help, but there was no one nearby, and the cell service was spotty at best. I couldn't risk going outside alone, not with whatever or whoever was out there. I decided to wait, hoping that the person, if it was a person, would leave. But the minutes dragged on, and the silence became unbearable. Then, just as I was about to give in to my fears and call the authorities, I heard something else. Footsteps. Heavy, slow footsteps, dragging through the dirt. They were coming toward the cabin. I backed away from the window, my breath shallow and quick. What was happening? Was someone out there? And if so, why weren't they speaking anymore? The footsteps stopped just outside, but I couldn't see anyone. The darkness was too thick, and the beam of my flashlight barely pierced it. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the silence. Finally, I gathered my courage and opened the window slightly. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but I knew I couldn't stay in that room for much longer. There, in the distance, I saw a figure. It was vague, blurry at first, just a shadow against the trees. But as my eyes adjusted, I could see more clearly. It was a man, tall, hunched, wearing a tattered jacket. His face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, but I could see his eyes, wide and empty, staring directly at me. I felt my heart stop. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there watching me. I slammed the window shut and bolted the lock, my hands trembling. I didn't know what to do. My instincts told me to hide, to stay as far away from that window as possible, but I was frozen. The man didn't move. He just stood there, like he was waiting for something. After what felt like forever, the footsteps slowly receded. I didn't dare look out the window again. I knew I couldn't stay in that room any longer. I grabbed my bag, shoved some clothes into it, and headed downstairs. The cabin was dark and still. The fire had long since died out, leaving the place cold and empty. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was out there, waiting for me to make my move. I grabbed my car keys and stepped outside, not daring to look behind me. I walked quickly to the car, my heart pounding in my chest. The woods around me were silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I didn't care if I was making noise. I just needed to get away from that place. I started the car and drove down the gravel road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The figure from the woods was gone, but I couldn't shake the image of his eyes. It wasn't just the fear that stayed with me. It was the certainty that something wasn't right out there. I drove all the way back to the main road, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. The next morning, I returned to the cabin to gather my things. There were no signs of the man from the night before. No footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. The cabin was as quiet as ever. But as I loaded my car, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise again, a nagging feeling in my gut that I couldn't shake. I didn't know who or what had been out there in the woods, But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back. Some things are better left unexplored. And that cabin, with its dark, hidden corners and the memory of those eyes, would remain locked away in my past. I drove away without looking back, my heart finally starting to calm, but I knew the truth. I would never forget the man in the woods. The woods were silent as I trudged through the thick snow, the crunch of my boots the only sound to break the stillness. It had been a long drive from the city to this hunting cabin in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't entirely sure why I had agreed to this trip. Maybe it was the promise of getting away from the noise, the stress, or maybe it was just the need to disconnect for a while. Either way, I was here, and the cabin was more isolated than I'd realized when I booked it. The year was 2025, and I was 34 years old. My name's Jake, and I've always enjoyed hunting, even though I hadn't had the time to do it much in the past few years. The cabin I rented was owned by an older man named Frank who had made a living off hunting and guiding tourists through the area. The brochure had described it as a rustic, off-the-grid retreat with no distractions, which sounded perfect. I didn't want to be bothered by anyone or anything. I reached the cabin by late afternoon, the setting sun painting the sky in shades of red and purple. It was one of those rare, peaceful moments where you just feel the weight of everything fall away. As I pushed open the creaky door, a musty smell hit me. It wasn't unpleasant, just the smell of an old, unused cabin, wood, dust, and that faint earthy scent that always seems to linger in places like this. The place was simple but charming, with a wood-burning stove in the corner, an old couch, a couple of chairs, and a kitchen that seemed more for show than actual use. There was no electricity, which I knew beforehand. Instead, there was a small gas-powered lamp that lit up the interior with a soft, flickering glow. A few supplies were left in the corner: firewood, canned food, bottled water, but everything else seemed sparse. Frank had mentioned there would be a generator, but I wasn't in the mood to deal with that. I wanted quiet. The first few hours of being there were perfect. I unpacked my gear and threw a few logs on the stove to heat up the cabin. The wind outside howled, but I was warm and comfortable inside. The snow had started to fall harder, making everything outside look like a winter wonderland. I made myself a simple dinner, nothing fancy, just some canned beans and sausages. As I ate, I felt a sense of peace, something I hadn't felt in a while. The kind of peace that comes with being completely alone in nature, away from the buzz of modern life. After dinner, I sat on the couch, reading through a hunting magazine I had brought with me. I kept glancing at the window, watching the storm pick up, the snow swirling in the wind. There was something about being snowed in like this that made the world feel smaller, as though everything outside was a distant memory, far away from where I was now. It wasn't until the light outside faded completely that I began to feel the first twinges of unease. The cabin, though small, felt larger in the dark, and the wind outside grew louder, rattling the windows. I stood up and went to check the door, just to make sure it was still securely locked. It wasn't out of fear, more like just a habit, something I did when I was alone. I pulled the door shut and locked it with a satisfying click. The place felt sealed off from everything now, safe and secure. But the longer I sat in that silence, the more something felt off. The storm outside seemed to press in on me. The sound of the wind became louder, and then I thought I heard something else, something different. A soft thud, like something heavy had dropped outside. I stood up quickly, straining to hear better. The wind was still howling, but I could have sworn I heard the faint crunch of footsteps in the snow. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a rush of adrenaline flood through me. I wasn't entirely sure why, but my instincts told me that something wasn't right. I grabbed the rifle I'd brought with me, checking it quickly. There was no reason to assume that someone else was out there, It was just the kind of place that wouldn't get many visitors, especially in a storm like this. But my gut told me something was off, and I wasn't about to take chances. The footsteps seemed to stop. I waited for a long moment, every nerve in my body on edge. There was nothing. No movement, no sounds, just the wind howling outside. I was about to turn around when I heard it again. A soft crunch of snow, closer this time. Whoever it was, they were coming toward the cabin. I quickly moved toward the window and peered outside. But the snowstorm had grown so intense that I could barely see more than a few feet in front of the cabin. The snow was falling so thick and fast that the world outside seemed to disappear. My breath fogged up the glass as I wiped it away, squinting through the swirling white. Nothing. I stepped back from the window, my heart pounding. Maybe it was an animal, perhaps a deer or something else in the woods. But then I heard a noise that made my blood run cold. A low thump, and then a scraping sound, like someone dragging something heavy across the ground. It was at that moment that I knew I wasn't alone. I moved silently to the back of the cabin, trying to keep out of view of the window. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it another hunter? Someone else looking for shelter in the storm? Or was it something more sinister? My gut clenched as I thought about the possibility that someone was out there with bad intentions. This wasn't a place you'd stumble upon by accident, not in this weather. I waited for a while, crouched low, barely breathing. The noise outside continued, though it was muffled by the snowstorm. I heard a distant creak, like something heavy was being set down on the porch. My hands were slick with sweat now as I clutched the rifle, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The scraping sound grew louder, and then there was a knock on the door. It was brief but sharp, and it sent a jolt of terror through me. I knew better than to open it. If it was someone I didn't know, I wasn't about to let them in. I remained motionless, listening for any further movement. The seconds felt like hours, but eventually, the noise outside stopped. I waited, tense, until my muscles burned from the strain of holding still. The cabin seemed to be holding its breath. I slowly made my way to the back door, unhooking the latch and sliding it open just a crack. The storm outside had intensified to the point where I could barely make out anything more than vague shadows through the swirling snow. It was quiet now, almost too quiet. I stepped out cautiously, my boots crunching softly in the snow. The wind lashed against my face as I peered into the darkness. There was nothing. No movement, no sounds. The footsteps had stopped, and the area around the cabin was deserted. But then my eyes caught something in the snow. Footprints. They weren't mine. They led toward the side of the cabin and stopped near a pile of firewood stacked against the wall. The tracks were fresh, new, made just moments ago. My breath caught in my throat. Whoever had been out there was close. I had no idea how they had gotten so near without me hearing them, but I couldn't risk them being right outside, watching. I backed into the cabin, locking the door behind me. The wind outside seemed to pick up again, as if mocking my paranoia. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my nerves. I couldn't let whatever was out there get to me. It was just one person, right? If I stayed calm, kept my head, I'd be fine. The night stretched on, the sounds of the storm outside growing louder, but I didn't hear anything more. Eventually, exhaustion started to settle in. I was still uneasy, but I knew I had to sleep, to rest and get through the night. With one last glance at the door, I made my way to the bed and collapsed under the heavy blankets. Sleep came in fits and starts, the storm outside like a constant reminder of how isolated I was. Every little creak of the cabin made me jump, but I managed to drift off eventually, too tired to stay alert. When I woke up, the storm had stopped. The sky was lightening, the first rays of the sun cutting through the clouds. The world outside was pristine, untouched, with the snow settled into smooth, silent drifts. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. But as I looked around the cabin, everything seemed normal. I opened the door and stepped outside, my boots sinking into the fresh snow. The footprints from the night before were gone, as if they had never been there at all. There was no sign of anyone, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. It was just me, the cabin, and the wide, empty wilderness. I wasn't sure what had happened that night, whether it had all been my imagination or whether someone had really been out there. But I knew one thing for sure. I wouldn't be staying another night in that cabin. I packed up my gear, locked the door behind me, and headed back to the truck. The quiet of the forest seemed to follow me all the way, and even though the storm had passed, the feeling of unease never really left. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror at the cabin one last time, disappearing behind the trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still watching, but I had made it through the night, and that was enough. It started when my uncle died. We weren't close, not really. He was one of those relatives I only saw on holidays, the kind that showed up smelling like motor oil and old sweat, always with a beer in hand. Still, when he passed, he left me his place up north, a small hunting cabin near a decommissioned cemetery just outside Ironwood, Michigan. Nobody wanted it. My dad offered it to me like he was trying to pass off an old, broken couch. I was 28, living paycheck to paycheck in Grand Rapids, working as a mechanic during the day and sleeping in my truck some nights. So when the offer came up, I said yes. I figured I could clean it up, maybe live in it for a while or fix it and flip it for cash. I didn't think much of the fact that the property bordered an old graveyard. The listing just called it disused county land with historic significance. I didn't even look at the photos before I packed my things. The drive up was quiet, mostly two-lane roads flanked by thick forests and the occasional half-collapsed barn. By the time I arrived, the sun was setting behind the trees, casting everything in a dull amber light. I pulled onto the narrow dirt path that split off the county road, overgrown and barely wide enough for my truck. The tires crunched against gravel and dead leaves. A couple of squirrels scattered from under a log as I passed. The cabin sat low on a slope, not far from the base of a ridge. The cemetery was right next to it, maybe 60 feet from the back of the house, surrounded by a rusted iron fence that had toppled in places. Some of the headstones were leaning or cracked, others sunken almost completely into the ground. It looked forgotten, but not in a spooky way, just old, like everything up there. The cabin was a single story, wood-paneled, with a sagging roof and a cinder block chimney that looked like it had survived 100 winters. The front porch was soft under my boots, and the door creaked like something out of a horror movie, but inside it was mostly intact. A dusty wood stove sat in the corner. A twin bed covered in a blue tarp was pushed against one wall. There was a table, 2 chairs, and a tiny bathroom that barely had room for a toilet and a sink. No shower, no hot water. I brought in my things: sleeping bag, a camp stove, a few cans of beans and tuna, a box of tools, and lit a few candles. The place smelled like dust and mildew, but it wasn't unlivable. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the wooden beams above, listening to the wind push through the trees. The cemetery was quiet. Everything was quiet. For the first few days, I kept busy. I patched a hole in the roof with some tar paper and nails I found in the shed, swept out the cobwebs, and cleaned out an old steel barrel of junk behind the house. I'd brought an old radio with me, but the only station I could pick up was a scratchy country channel. No cell service, either. I didn't mind. I liked the silence. On the 4th day, I walked through the graveyard. There were maybe 20 headstones, most of them from the early 1900s. A few were so eroded you could barely read them. One read Infant 1907 and nothing else. Another one had a last name, Went, but the first name had been chipped away. I stepped over a fallen piece of the fence and wandered a little deeper, past a section where the brush had grown tall and thick. Back there, hidden by saplings and brambles, I found something odd. It was a concrete slab, maybe 5 feet long, 3 feet wide. No name.
No markings.
It looked newer than the rest of the cemetery, cleaner, more precise. Around the edges, the grass was dead, like something had leached the soil. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just noted it and moved on. Probably someone added it later. Maybe a pet burial or a vandal's prank. That night, I heard something outside. It was past midnight. I'd been half asleep when I caught it. A soft, steady thudding. Not loud, just enough to prick my ears. I sat up. The wind had stopped.
No rain.
I got out of bed and crept to the window. The moon was bright enough to see by, and in the field between the cabin and the cemetery, I saw movement. A figure. Not a ghost, not some glowing thing. Just a person walking slow, like they were looking for something. They were hunched, wearing a coat or maybe a blanket over their shoulders. They bent down, touched the ground, then stood up again. I stood there watching for maybe 5 minutes, heart thudding. Finally, I unlocked the door and stepped outside. I didn't say anything, just tried to see clearer. But when I moved off the porch, the figure was gone, vanished into the tree line like smoke. I walked all the way to the cemetery fence. Nothing. No sound. No footprints I could see. It was probably a hiker. Or a hunter. Maybe a drunk. The next day, I found something strange near the graveyard. A fresh patch of dirt near that same concrete slab. The soil looked disturbed. Darker, like it had been dug up and put back again. I walked around it, kneeling to look closer. There were boot prints, deep ones, heavy treads, probably size 11 or 12. Not mine. I checked around the rest of the cemetery but didn't find anything else out of place. That afternoon, I drove into Ironwood, bought some more food, a new lock for the cabin, and a couple of trail cams. I figured if someone was sneaking onto the property, I'd catch them. I set one up facing the cemetery and another near the back of the house. For a few days, nothing happened. I spent time cutting brush and splitting logs. I saw deer a few times, a fox. No sign of the stranger. But then, a week later, the trail cam by the cemetery caught something. It was a single photo, timestamped 2:43 a.m. A man crouching over the concrete slab. He wore a hood and gloves. His face wasn't visible. He had something in his hand, maybe a pry bar or a shovel handle. The next photo, taken 10 seconds later, was empty. I should have called the cops, but the property was mine now, and honestly, I didn't want them poking around. I decided I'd confront whoever it was myself. That night, I stayed up, sitting by the window with the lights off and a crowbar on my lap. Around 3 a.m., I saw him again. Same slow walk, same posture, moving through the cemetery like he knew exactly where he was going. I stepped outside. He didn't run, didn't even flinch. He just ducked out of sight behind a headstone, and by the time I got to the fence, he was gone again. The brush was still.
No footsteps.
No sound. In the morning, I went back to the slab. This time, I saw that it had been moved slightly. The corner was lifted just a hair, like someone had wedged something underneath. I found a stick jammed into the dirt nearby, snapped in half. Whatever was under there, someone wanted it. I decided I had to know. That night, I came back with a pry bar and a flashlight. Took me 30 minutes to work the slab loose. It was heavy, maybe 300 pounds, and under it was a pit, about 2 feet deep, lined with plastic sheeting. Inside was a metal box, rusted but sealed with bolts. I hauled it out, heart racing, and dragged it back to the cabin. Took me another hour to open it. Inside were plastic bags, tightly wrapped. When I cut the first one open, the smell hit me like a brick wall.
Rot.
Decay. I dropped the knife and backed up, gagging. I knew instantly what it was. The first bag held bones. Human bones. Not ancient ones either. The second bag held clothing, a red jacket stained and torn. The third bag I couldn't even finish opening. Inside was tissue, skin, hair, a piece of a face. I don't know how long I stood there staring. Couldn't believe it. Someone had buried a body under that graveyard slab. Maybe more than one. And whoever had been visiting at night, they weren't paying respects. They were checking on it, maintaining it. I wrapped the box in plastic and buried it behind the cabin. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I drove into town and used a payphone outside a gas station to call the state police. I gave them an anonymous tip, told them I'd seen someone digging in the old cemetery, said I was hiking nearby, didn't leave my name. I drove back to Grand Rapids that afternoon. 2 weeks later, I read about it in the paper. Human remains found near abandoned cemetery. Investigators were looking into several disappearances from the past 10 years. The article didn't say if they had suspects. I never went back to the cabin. I signed it over to the county and told them to bulldoze it. They did. I think about it sometimes. How many people must have walked through that graveyard and never known? How close I came to confronting someone capable of that. I still wonder who it was. That quiet figure in the night. What they were doing. Why they buried someone there. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe a local. Maybe my uncle knew, maybe not. I try not to dwell on it. I live in Muskegon now, near the lake. I keep to myself. I rent an apartment above a bait shop and work the docks. I don't talk about the cabin, but I still have the trail cam photo. And sometimes, when the wind dies down and the world goes quiet, I look out the window and imagine someone walking slowly across the dark, just on the edge of sight, checking to see if their secret is still buried. It's not, and neither am I. It had been a long, exhausting week, and the decision to take a break seemed like a good one. My boss had been nagging me about getting out of the city for a while, and I figured a few days alone at my uncle's old cabin on the farm would be the perfect way to disconnect. I was in my late 30s, but something about being in a place like that always made me feel like I was a kid again, close to nature, close to something pure. I hadn't been there in years, not since my uncle had passed. But the place was still there, tucked away in the hills, surrounded by thick woods and fields that stretched on for miles. I had never really been afraid of the dark or the isolation. In fact, I preferred it. I enjoyed the quiet, the simplicity of just existing with nature. So, when I pulled up the dirt driveway leading to the cabin on that Friday evening in early fall, I felt nothing but relief. The familiar sights of the old farmhouse, the barn, and the surrounding trees settled a deep comfort into my chest. The cabin itself was a small structure made of weathered wood and stone, with a slanted roof and large windows that faced out over the fields. My uncle had built it himself, and though it had aged, it still stood strong. The place had a certain charm, one that reminded me of simpler times when the only thing that mattered was being outside, working the land, or just sitting around the fire at night. I parked the truck and grabbed my bag from the back seat. The sky was already darkening, the horizon painted with streaks of orange and purple. There was a cool breeze, and the smell of earth and pine filled the air. I headed inside and set down my things. The cabin was small but cozy, with a wood-burning stove in the corner, a couple of armchairs, and a thick wool rug on the floor. The kitchen was functional, with a stove, a sink, and an old wooden table. Everything about the cabin felt grounded, as if it was part of the earth itself. The first night went by peacefully enough. I made a simple dinner of soup and bread, then sat on the porch with a book, watching the last light of day disappear behind the hills. The air had cooled significantly by the time I decided to turn in. I made a fire in the stove and curled up in bed, listening to the sounds of the night. The occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant cry of an owl, the soft hoot of a bat soaring through the dark sky. But then it happened. It started as a strange sound, something like a shuffle or a scrape against the ground. At first, I thought it might be an animal, a raccoon, or maybe a deer wandering too close to the cabin. But the sound didn't go away. It came from just outside the window, followed by the faint creak of something heavy pressing against the wooden frame. My heart rate quickened. I sat up in bed, straining my ears to listen. There it was again, that scrape. This time it was more deliberate, more methodical. I waited, barely breathing. The wind had died down and everything was still. I glanced toward the window, which was partially open, allowing a cool breeze to drift inside. The shadows outside seemed unnaturally thick, like they were moving, but there was nothing to see. The sound came again, closer this time, and then there was the unmistakable sound of someone or something breathing, a low, drawn-out exhale like it was standing just outside, trying to stay hidden. My pulse was pounding in my ears. I felt that primal urge to run, to hide, but I forced myself to stay still, to listen. My thoughts raced, trying to make sense of it. Could it be a person? Someone wandering out here in the woods? Or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day. The breath came again, louder this time, followed by the faintest sound of footsteps moving away from the window. I didn't wait to see if they would return. I grabbed my flashlight, silently crept toward the door, and peeked out through a crack in the wall. Nothing. The woods were silent again, but now there was a tension in the air, an unease that wasn't there before. I didn't know what had caused it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I spent the next hour staring out of the window, my hand gripped tightly on the flashlight, half expecting something to emerge from the shadows. By morning, I had convinced myself it was just a figment of my imagination. Maybe the wind had knocked something over, or maybe the house creaked in a way I hadn't remembered. Either way, the light of day did little to reassure me. The woods were calm and still, but a sense of discomfort lingered, like a warning I couldn't quite understand. I spent the next day walking around the farm, checking the barn, fixing some minor things that needed attention. But every time I returned to the cabin, that same feeling crept over me. It wasn't the wind or the usual creaks of the old structure. It was something else, something subtle but insistent. The night came again, and I tried to push my unease aside, telling myself that I was just tired. The sounds of the night returned, this time more familiar, more reassuring. But around midnight, just as I was starting to doze off, I heard it again. The scrape, the shuffle, closer this time. I stayed frozen in bed, my heart thumping in my chest. The noise continued, getting nearer, until it seemed to stop right outside the door. Then, the breathing, slow, ragged, and deep, came again, followed by a series of soft, deliberate knocks against the doorframe. I had no choice. I had to know what was out there. I grabbed the rifle from where it was hanging above the mantel and quietly moved toward the door. My hands were shaking, but I steadied myself, remembering what my uncle had always taught me. Stay calm, stay focused, and be prepared for anything. Slowly, I cracked the door open, just enough to peer into the darkness. There was nothing, just the empty field, the tall grass swaying in the wind, and the trees looming like dark sentinels. I exhaled, feeling foolish for being so tense. But before I could pull the door shut, something caught my eye. A shape, barely visible in the shadows, standing by the edge of the woods. It was a person, tall and thin, wearing a dark coat that blended into the night. They stood perfectly still, facing the cabin. My breath caught in my throat. I had no idea who it was, or why they were standing there, motionless, in the middle of the night. But I couldn't take my eyes off them. And then, without warning, they turned and disappeared into the trees. I stood there, holding the door open, unsure of what I had just seen. My mind raced. Was it someone from town? Maybe a local who had lost their way? Or something else? Something that didn't belong in the woods? The next morning, I decided to leave. I had had enough. I packed my things, double-checked the doors and windows, and started my truck. But as I drove down the dirt road toward the highway, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The figure I had seen in the woods last night was standing at the edge of the road, watching me drive away. And this time I saw their face. It was a face I knew all too well. The same face that had been staring back at me in my uncle's old photographs. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I floored the gas pedal and kept driving, not daring to glance in the rearview mirror. The further I got, the more the tension in my chest eased. But the question lingered. Who or what had I seen in the woods that night? I never returned to that cabin, not after that. The farm was left to decay, and the place became a memory, a reminder of a time I would never forget, and a feeling that would never quite leave me. But the one thing I'm sure of now is that some things aren't meant to be revisited. And some things in the woods, some things in the dark, are better left undisturbed. It was October of 2018 when I took a week off work to head into the mountains of northern New Mexico. I was 37 at the time, single, living in Farmington, and tired of the same repetitive days of working maintenance at the hospital. I wanted to clear my head. I figured a week out in the woods, alone, with a small rented cabin and nothing but trees and wind, would do the trick. The cabin wasn't much to look at. It was about 35 minutes from the closest town, Dulce. I had found the listing on some forum for hunters. It was one of those side rental places not really on any big site. I had to mail a check to the guy and get the keys in the mail too. A small log cabin with a wood stove, no power, no signal, just a spring nearby and a fire pit out back. That was all I needed. I packed in food, water, a camp stove, and a few basic tools. I had my .308 Winchester with me too, mostly in case I saw an elk, but part of me just liked having it close. The road up was already rough and narrow. After I passed the last ranch gate, it turned to pure dirt, winding through dense pine and juniper. The trees closed in around the truck like a tunnel. The late afternoon sun flickered through branches like an old film reel, and dust kicked up behind me in a thick tail. I passed an old rusted sign nailed to a tree that just said, "Private." I got to the cabin just before sundown. It was tucked in a shallow ravine, shaded and quiet, surrounded by pine with a small dry creek bed maybe 15 yards to the west. There were deer tracks along the gravel drive and scratch marks on one of the fence posts. The air had that sharp alpine chill and smelled like sap and dry earth. The cabin had one small porch, a door with a rusted latch, and 2 shuttered windows. Inside was a cot, a wood-burning stove, a table, 2 chairs, and a small shelf with some old utensils. No insulation, no modern touches. I swept out a few cobwebs, unpacked my gear, and set up camp for the night. I had a lantern and a battery pack for my flashlight. My plan was simple: hunt in the morning, hike during the day, read at night, and sleep early. The first night was fine. I cooked some canned chili, read by lantern light, and sat outside until the cold pushed me back in. The wind moved through the trees in waves, and I could hear what sounded like elk far off in the hills. Coyote barked once, then silence. That kind of total silence that feels thick, like you could reach out and touch it. I slept pretty well. The cot creaked, and the fire burned low, but I was out fast and didn't wake up until sunrise. Day 2 was colder. I hiked west across the ridge, scouted game trails, and found a few piles of fresh scat. Around noon, I saw movement through the trees and froze. A shape darted between the trunks. First, I thought it was a bear. but it moved wrong. Too quick. I raised the rifle and scanned but saw nothing more. I chalked it up to a deer that had seen me before I saw it. That night, something felt off. It was around 11 p.m. I was in the cot, half asleep, when I heard a thump against the wall behind me. Not loud, just a single hit, like something bumped into it. I sat up, listened. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a pine cone, maybe a branch. I forced myself back down. 5 minutes later, another thump, this time lower, near the bottom of the wall. Then silence. I stayed frozen for at least an hour, listening. Eventually, I fell asleep again. The next morning, I went outside and checked. There was a scuff in the dirt by the wall, deep like a boot or hoof had pressed into the ground. But it was narrow, long, no print, just a mark. The side of the cabin had a faint smear, like dried mud. I brushed it off. I did another hike that day, less eager. Kept my rifle slung but ready. I moved slower and kept checking behind me. That night, the air felt wrong. Still, too still. Even the trees weren't swaying. Around 2 a.m., I woke up in the dark. The fire was dead, the lantern was off, and I was drenched in cold sweat. I didn't remember dreaming, but I had this crushing feeling in my chest, like something was in the room with me. I stayed perfectly still, my ears strained for sound. Then I heard it, light crunches in the dirt outside, deliberate, like something walking. One step, pause, another, closer, another, then breathing. It was right outside the wall. I grabbed my flashlight and rifle, clicked the light on. Nothing in the room. I crept to the window and cracked the shutter an inch. The beam caught movement, just barely. Something upright, tall, way taller than a man, and thin. It moved between the trees without sound. I killed the light and backed away. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I went out and found tracks. Long strides, almost like a person, but wrong. The heel and toe were off. Too long, too narrow. The gait wasn't human. I followed the tracks into the trees for about 30 yards. Then they vanished. No broken branches, no scent. Just gone. I packed a day bag and drove to the closest ranger station about an hour and a half away. I told them I saw something strange. A big animal, maybe a mountain lion. The guy behind the desk nodded like he heard that a lot. "There's stuff up there," he said, writing something on a pad. "Don't go walking alone at night." That was it. I almost left that day, but part of me felt stupid, like I was scaring myself over nothing. I told myself it was a large cat, maybe a malformed bear, something like that. I went back before dark. Night 4 was quiet until just after midnight. I was up reading when I heard footsteps on the porch. 2 steps, then a slow drag, then 2 more. I stood and turned off the lantern, moved to the side of the window and peeked through. There was something standing there, just at the edge of the porch, facing the door. My heart skipped. It was tall, at least 7 feet, naked or nearly naked. The skin looked wrong, pale and stretched like old leather. The legs were too thin, knees bent wrong. Its arms were long, and one of them twitched. Then it spoke, said my name, not shouted, not whispered, just said it, flat.
No emotion.
My full name, but no one knew I was up there. No one. I didn't respond. I didn't move. Stayed there still for what felt like forever. Then it backed away 1 step at a time. I never heard it leave. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I packed everything and loaded the truck. I was done. I didn't care how stupid I felt. I left before the sun was fully up, driving fast down the trail road. About 10 minutes down the hill, I came around a bend and slammed the brakes. In the road was a deer, or something that looked like a deer, but it was standing upright, It had the shape of a man, hunched, with legs bent backward. The head was a deer's, but too big. Its eyes were too human. It turned slowly and stepped off the road into the trees. I kept going. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. When I got home, I told no one. Not really, just that I saw weird stuff. I didn't hunt for a while after that. A year, maybe more. But about 6 months later, I got a letter. No return address, just my name. Inside was a photo, black and white, old. Looked like a print from the 1970s. A group of people standing in front of the same cabin. One of them looked just like me, or close, a little off, same eyes. On the back, it just said, "It remembers." I burned the letter and never went back. Whatever I saw up there, whatever thing it wasn't an animal. It wasn't sick or injured. It was something else. Something that watches, learns, waits. It didn't follow me, not directly, but I still check my windows at night. I still hear things in the trees sometimes when I go hiking. I don't stay out past dark anymore, and I don't talk about that cabin. Not unless someone really wants to know. Not unless they've seen something too. It was late autumn 2021 when I took a week off work to stay in a small rented cabin in Devon. I was 36 at the time, working long hours for a small engineering firm in Birmingham. I wasn't married, didn't have any kids, and I'd been putting off time off for months. When the pressure got too much and I started having trouble sleeping, I finally gave in and looked for a quiet place to reset. I didn't want to go abroad, and I wasn't in the mood for a beach holiday or city break. I wanted woods, rain, somewhere silent, somewhere I could disappear into for a bit without my phone constantly going off. I found the listing online, a small, detached wooden cabin tucked into the edge of Dartmoor, around 40 minutes outside of Exeter. The listing described it as perfect for solo travelers or couples seeking quiet. It was cheap, cheaper than it should have been, really. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception, no television. Just a wood stove, an outdoor toilet, a generator for light, and a bed. The photos showed a rough, pine-paneled interior with a single narrow window on one wall and an old oil lantern on a shelf. It wasn't picturesque, but it had what I wanted. Nothing. I left early on a Sunday morning, just before sunrise, and made the 4-hour drive down. The weather was already changing. Clouds hung low all the way through Somerset, and a drizzle started halfway past Taunton. I passed the last village near the border of Dartmoor, a place called Holme, and turned onto a long, narrow country road. After about 15 minutes, the road curved into a dirt track that disappeared into the trees. My mobile signal dropped completely. It took me another 10 minutes to reach the cabin. It sat back from the track, surrounded on 3 sides by woods that felt old, damp, and forgotten. Moss covered the trees. The roof was rusted corrugated metal, and there were broken branches piled up near the back. The air smelled of wet leaves and smoke. I shut off the car and listened to the wind. It was exactly what I'd wanted. I let myself in with the key that had been posted to me by the owner. It was colder inside than out. The wood stove hadn't been used in a while. The air smelled stale, but not bad, just empty. I walked through the place slowly, getting a feel for it. There were no neighbors, no distant sounds of cars or dogs or anything mechanical. Just whined through the branches and an occasional creak from the trees. I lit the stove, unpacked my rucksack, and started settling in. I planned to spend most of the time reading, maybe walking, and getting my mind clear. The first couple of days were uneventful. The generator was temperamental, so I used the oil lantern most evenings. The silence took some getting used to. The first night I kept waking up to sounds in the woods, branches cracking, something scuffling in the undergrowth, but I knew it was probably just deer or foxes. The second night was better. I got used to the feel of the bed and the dark. The lantern gave off a soft yellow light, enough to read a bit before sleeping. I felt calm for the first time in months. On the third night, just after midnight, I woke up needing to use the toilet. It was cold, maybe 3 degrees, and the wind had picked up. I threw on my jacket and stepped outside with a small torch. The outdoor toilet was a little wooden box maybe 20 steps from the cabin. As I stepped out, I noticed something odd. There was a smell, faint but strange. Not foul, just unfamiliar, like rotting weeds or something left damp too long. I stood still for a second, shining the torch into the trees, but I didn't see anything, just the usual swaying branches. I finished and went back inside. When I looked out the small window before getting back into bed, I thought I saw a shape between the trees, pale, thin, but it was gone by the time I focused. I blamed the light and went back to sleep. The next day, I walked a couple of miles down the track. The weather stayed gray and heavy. I didn't see anyone. No houses, no cars. I'd brought enough food for the week, so I had no reason to leave. When I got back, the cabin felt colder than usual. The fire had gone out. I lit it again and kept my jacket on while I boiled water for tea. That smell was back. Faint again, but there. I sniffed around the stove and the corners, trying to see if something had gotten damp, but nothing stood out. I opened the door to air it out and left it open for half an hour while I walked a short loop around the trees behind the cabin. That night, I fell asleep quickly, but I woke again around 2 in the morning. I wasn't sure what had woken me at first. Then I realized I was cold. The fire had died, and the blanket had slipped off the bed. I got up to fix the stove and caught a sound, quiet, sharp, like someone stepping on twigs just outside. I froze. I waited, holding my breath, ears wide open. The sound didn't repeat. After a minute, I stepped to the window and looked out. I held the lantern up, but it barely reached the edge of the trees. I scanned the ground, the space between the trunks, and then I saw it. A figure, thin, still, standing between 2 trees maybe 15 meters back. I could barely make her out, but it was clearly a woman. Not moving, just standing. Pale face, black hair, dark clothing. I stared for maybe 10 seconds, heart pounding, and then the light flickered, and when it came back up, she was gone. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed up, fire going again, knife in hand. I kept thinking maybe it was someone lost, maybe a hiker or a local or a squatter. I couldn't think of why someone would be out there, alone at that time, watching the cabin. The next morning, I walked around the area where I thought she'd stood. There were no prints. The ground was soft enough that something should have shown, but there was nothing, just moss and damp soil. I walked the perimeter 3 times. Nothing. I didn't see her again that day or that night, but I started keeping the lantern closer to the bed. I stopped walking far. I kept the door locked at all times. That smell started showing up more often, stronger. It wasn't just rot. It smelled like wet cloth, old skin. It stayed in the corners of the cabin. I even checked the walls for mold, but didn't find anything. On the 6th night, the lantern blew out while I was reading. The fire was low. I got up to check the fuel can and heard the noise again, outside. But this time it wasn't one sound. It was a shuffle, then a second one. Not fast, just slow, like someone dragging something heavy. I turned off the generator and stood still in the dark, listening. It stopped. I walked to the window, careful not to make noise, and waited. After maybe a minute, I saw movement. Someone stepped just into view, a few meters from the front of the cabin. It was her, the same woman. She was closer now. I could see her better. She wasn't wearing shoes. Her feet were bare, gray with dirt. Her clothes looked soaked, like she'd been walking through marsh. Her hair was matted to the sides of her face, and she held her arms stiff at her sides. She looked directly at the window. Not just at the cabin, at me. Her eyes were dark, deep-set, her mouth slightly open. She didn't blink. I backed away from the window, grabbed the axe I'd brought for firewood, and moved to the far side of the room. I waited for something, a knock, a sound, but she didn't move. She just stood there, for hours. Eventually, the sky started to lighten. When I looked again, she was gone. I packed everything in 10 minutes. I shoved everything into my rucksack, turned off the generator, and ran to the car. I didn't look back. I drove the track as fast as I could without blowing a tire, mud spraying up against the sides. I made it back to Holm by 8 a.m. and parked outside a small cafe until they opened. I didn't go back. I didn't report anything. I just left. I never told anyone, not properly. I didn't want to hear theories or ghost stories. I knew what I saw. She was real. Not a spirit, not a myth. Just a woman, but not one I ever want to meet again. Not someone who belonged anywhere near other people. A month later, I checked the listing. It was gone. I still think about it sometimes. That stare, the way she stood, what she was doing out there. There's a reason some places are cheap. Some places are forgotten on purpose. And some people live out in the woods not because they want peace, but because no one else wants to be near them. That week in Devon changed me. I don't go looking for quiet anymore. I was 38 the summer I decided to take some time away from everything. It was 2017, and life had gotten heavy. I'd been working nonstop in a warehouse in Dayton, Ohio for nearly 12 years without a real break. My wife had left the previous winter. We didn't have kids, but her absence was like a void in the apartment. We'd both made mistakes, but she'd pulled the plug first. That left me spinning my wheels in a half-empty place, coming home to silence, eating takeout straight from the bag. My therapist had told me to try changing my routine. That meant more than just switching my morning coffee spot. I needed to actually step away, physically remove myself from the things that made me numb. I took a leave from work, packed up my old Jeep Cherokee, and headed east with no set destination. Just open roads, campgrounds, cheap motels, and hopefully some peace. About a week in, I crossed into Pennsylvania, winding through back roads in the Allegheny region. The roads there get narrower the deeper you go. Gas stations become scarce, and you start to see more deer than people. I found a campground near a small town called Deerfield. The campground itself was nothing fancy. Just a handful of spots carved into the trees, a fire pit here and there, and a few cleared trails that led to streams. I stayed 3 nights, kept to myself, hiked a little, and read a lot. On the second evening, an old guy with a camo hat and a pickup truck stopped by my site. He wasn't unfriendly, just brief. He asked if I was from around there. I told him no, just passing through. He nodded like he expected that. Then he told me something odd. Said there was an old cabin deeper in the woods if I liked that kind of old crap. His words. Said it had belonged to a family back in the 60s, and no one had touched it in decades. No road led to it anymore, just a forgotten trail off the north edge of the woods. He didn't give me a warning or tell me not to go. He just said I'd know it when I saw it. Then he got in his truck and drove off. The next morning, I packed some water, snacks, and my knife. Nothing big, just the one I carried when hiking. I had no real plans for the day, so I figured I'd go looking for that old place. Not because I was into old crap, but because something about the way the man mentioned it stuck with me. I walked north past the last campsite and followed a thin trail that started at the base of a dried-up creek bed. It wasn't marked, but you could tell something had passed that way often enough to leave a faint track. I kept going for about an hour. The woods thickened. Sunlight barely broke through the canopy. The deeper I went, the more silent it became. I started to feel far from everything, like I'd stepped out of time. Eventually, I saw it. The cabin sat in a small clearing, swallowed in vines and shadow. It was smaller than I expected, just one story, probably 3 rooms. The wood siding had gone gray with age, and most of the windows were either broken or missing. The front door was still on its hinges but crooked. The whole place leaned slightly to one side, like it had been caught mid-collapse but frozen that way. I walked the perimeter first, brushing off the buzzing of horseflies and the slap of thorny branches. The back of the cabin had a caved-in porch and the remains of a rusted oil drum. I saw old tire tracks, maybe from decades ago, almost fossilized into the dirt. I stepped up to the door. It didn't take much to push it open. Inside, the air was thick. It didn't smell like rot exactly, more like mold and dust and something metallic. The floor was warped and buckled in places. Bits of broken furniture were scattered around. A busted chair, a table with one leg missing, a collapsed couch with the stuffing ripped out. The kitchen area still had a few broken dishes in the sink. Mice droppings peppered the floor, and spider webs filled the corners. But it wasn't the decay that got to me, it was the feeling. That sense you get when you walk into a space that's been left to time. Like the world kept turning, but this place didn't get the memo. I checked each room carefully. One bedroom had a rusted bed frame and nothing else. The other had a closet door that wouldn't shut properly and a mildewed mattress curled against the wall. The bathroom was barely recognizable. Just rust-streaked tiles and a sink detached from the wall. Still, I felt pulled to stay there longer than I should have. I sat for a bit on the front step, drank some water, and wrote in my notebook. Just quick things. Impressions. The quiet. The smell. The way the trees leaned in like they were hiding something. Could have left then. I should have. But I didn't. Instead, I went back inside and started digging a little deeper. In the kitchen cabinets, I found some rusted cans, all labels worn off. In one drawer near the sink, I found old cutlery, most of it corroded. The weirdest part was in the corner near the fireplace. There was a loose floorboard. I saw it only because a dead beetle had fallen through the crack. When I pried it open, I found a small compartment underneath. Inside was a box metal green, the kind you'd expect to find in an army surplus store. It was locked, but the lock had rusted enough that I cracked it open with a rock. Inside were photos, black and white ones mostly, a few in color. All of them had the same boy in them, blonde hair, around 10 or 11. He was in every photo, no matter what. Sometimes standing with adults, sometimes by himself in front of the cabin. In some, he was holding a rifle. In others, he just stood there, arms at his sides. I flipped through dozens of them. Then I found a few that chilled me. They weren't of the boy at all. They were of the woods, taken from the inside of the cabin, looking out. One showed the front porch, empty. Another showed the trail. And in the last few, there was a man in the distance, just barely visible behind trees. His posture changed in each one. First, he was facing away. Then he was turned slightly. Then he was facing the camera straight on. No expression, just standing there. It didn't feel like art. It felt like evidence. I put the photos back in the box and decided to leave right then. But when I opened the front door, something stopped me. A pile of stones had been placed just outside the door, stacked neatly, not there before, about the size of a basketball. Someone had been there while I was inside. I scanned the trees. I didn't see anyone, but the stillness felt sharper than it had before, like the woods were holding their breath. I stepped around the stones and walked fast, back the way I came. I kept my knife in my hand and checked over my shoulder every few minutes. No sounds, no birds, no wind. Just the crunch of my boots and the pounding in my chest. When I got back to camp, I packed everything. Didn't sleep. Drove out at first light. I reported what I'd found at the next town's sheriff's station. Not because I thought they'd care about old photos or stones, but because something didn't sit right. The deputy on duty jotted it down and told me people dump weird stuff in those woods all the time. That was it. I went home after that. Back in Dayton, things returned to normal, or the version of normal I'd come to expect. I went back to work, ate the same dinners, watched the same shows. But sometimes I think about that boy, the way he stared out of every photo, like he was watching something we couldn't see. I still have the box. I kept it in a locked case in the back of my closet. I don't open it, haven't touched it in years, but I know it's there. A reminder of what I found in the woods outside Deerfield. A place the world forgot, but someone or something didn't, and I never did figure out who stacked those stones, or how long they'd been watching me. It was early October 2004 when I got the idea to go back to the cabin. I hadn't thought about the place in years, not since I was a teenager. Back then, my Uncle Paul owned it, and he'd take me and my cousin Thomas up there a couple times each year during hunting season. The cabin was deep in the forests of western Maine, about an hour's drive past Rangeley, near the border with New Hampshire. It was isolated, old, and hadn't been used since Paul died in '97. I was 32 at the time, working maintenance at a community college in Portland. I lived alone, didn't have much tying me down. My girlfriend had left the year before, and my mother was in assisted living in Augusta. I kept busy, but I felt hollow. That fall, I started looking through old photo albums one night and found a picture of me, Paul, and Thomas sitting on the front steps of the cabin. The image had that faded, grainy look old prints get, like the color had bled out of it. I stared at it for a long time. Then I started wondering if the place was still there. That idea stuck in my head for days. I started checking maps, tracking down back roads, trying to figure out how to get there again. Eventually I found the old route, traced it on a printed map, and figured I could make the trip in a day. I had a long weekend coming up, 3 days off in a row, so I packed a small bag, some canned food, a flashlight, knife, and a little camping stove. I brought an old .22 rifle too, just in case I ran into anything. Not that I planned to hunt, but being out there alone without something felt wrong. I left Portland around 6 in the morning and reached Rangeley by mid-morning. From there, it was another long stretch through winding roads, most of them not marked on any GPS. I passed through a couple tiny towns, a few trailers, one gas station with a rusted-out canopy, and then nothing but trees. The last 30 miles were on an old dirt logging road. I hadn't seen another car in almost an hour. By the time I reached the area where I thought the cabin should be, the road had narrowed to 2 rutted tire tracks. Pine needles blanketed everything. I pulled off into a clearing and cut the engine. The air felt dense, damp, filled with the smell of moss and rot. I grabbed my backpack and rifle and started walking. It took me longer than I expected to find it. The woods had changed. Trees had fallen. Paths had overgrown. I almost gave up when I spotted a familiar bend in a creek that ran near the back of the cabin. I followed it upstream and finally saw the roof line, just barely poking through the trees. The place looked worse than I remembered. The paint was almost entirely gone, wood blackened by time and weather. One of the shutters hung off at an angle, and the front door had warped off its frame. A sapling had taken root near the porch. I stood there for a while, staring. It felt smaller than I remembered. I walked up slowly, my boots crunching through wet leaves and twigs. Inside, it was dark, damp, and smelled like mold and old wood. The furniture was still there, collapsed and half-rotted. Mice had chewed through the seat cushions. A few empty beer cans and a torn sleeping bag were scattered in the corner. Someone had clearly squatted there at some point. I checked the small kitchen area, then the back room. The place was empty, quiet, too quiet. I spent the rest of that day cleaning out what I could. I set up my little stove, unrolled my sleeping bag, and cleared a space near the fireplace, though I had no plans to light one. The chimney had likely been blocked for years, and I didn't want to smoke myself out. That night was rough. Couldn't sleep. The forest was too loud. Every creak, every rustle made me sit up and listen. The wind pushed against the trees, and I could hear branches snapping far off. I told myself it was normal, just animals, but deep down I knew I didn't feel right being there. I woke up stiff and cold the next morning. My neck ached, and my mouth was dry. I got the stove going, heated up some beans, and then walked the perimeter of the cabin. The forest was thicker than I remembered. More undergrowth, more trees. I tried to retrace the old trails Paul used to take us on, but they were gone. I ended up bushwhacking for an hour before realizing I'd circled back to the creek again. Still, it was peaceful. I started thinking maybe I could fix the place up. Maybe spend weekends here, clear the trails, make something of it. But then I found the shoes. They were near the base of a tree, maybe 100 feet behind the cabin. 2 boots, scuffed and split at the soles, placed neatly side by side like someone had just stepped out of them. That wasn't the strange part. The strange part was the faded pair of socks still inside, stiff and curled like someone had worn them for days without taking them off. I crouched down, examined them. They were dry but smelled of mildew. Old, but not decades old. I looked around. No other trash, no backpack, no sign of a person. I took a few photos with my phone, then walked back to the cabin, uneasy. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair. I know how that sounds, but something in me said to do it. I didn't like those boots, didn't like how quiet the woods had gotten after dark. I didn't sleep much again. The next morning, I decided to hike further out, see if I could find any sign of who might have been out there. Maybe they got lost. Maybe they left in a hurry. I brought my rifle and some jerky, thinking I'd be back by mid-afternoon. I headed north, following a barely visible path that led uphill toward an old hunting blind Paul and I had once used. About half a mile in, I found more signs: broken branches, disturbed moss, flattened grass. Not fresh, but recent enough. I kept following the trail. I wasn't thinking clearly. I just wanted to know. Eventually, I reached the old blind. It was still there, barely standing, the wood warped and collapsing. I climbed halfway up the ladder and stopped. On the platform was a pile of bones, not arranged, just scattered. Some were broken. Some had bits of fur still clinging to them. Deer, maybe, but there were too many pieces for one animal. And beside them, another boot, same kind as the pair I'd seen. But this one had dried blood crusted around the opening. I got down and started heading back fast. The light was fading, and I took a wrong turn somewhere. I ended up deep in the woods with no sign of the cabin. I checked my phone, no signal. I knew I needed to move fast. It would be dark soon. I pushed through the brush, heart pounding, every snapping twig behind me making my chest tighten. I didn't see anyone, but I felt like I was being watched. That old, instinctive fear that makes the back of your neck tingle. When I finally saw the cabin again through the trees, I almost ran to it. I got inside, slammed the door, shoved the chair back against it, and sat there, breathing hard. I didn't eat, didn't sleep, just sat there until morning. I left at first light, didn't even pack properly, just threw everything into my bag and retraced my steps to the truck. The road felt longer this time. I checked behind me constantly. I didn't stop until I hit pavement again. I drove all the way back to Portland without a break. Later that week, I went to the sheriff's office, told them about the boots, the bones, the blind. A deputy took my statement, nodded, said he'd send someone to check it out, but I never heard anything back. I called twice, once in November, again in January. Both times, I was told the matter had been looked into. That was it. Sometimes I dream about it, about those woods, about that blind, about walking into the cabin and finding someone already sitting inside. I don't go camping anymore. I don't hike much either. Something changed in me out there. That silence, the kind you only find deep in the forest. It's not peaceful anymore. Feels like something waiting. But I know what I saw. I know what I found. And I know that whoever left those boots didn't walk out of those woods. It was early October of 2016 when my wife, Abby, suggested we spend a week at her grandmother's old cabin in northern Vermont. Her grandmother had passed the year before, and no one had really stayed in the cabin since then. Abby said it would be good for both of us. Time away from our phones, the city, the traffic, and especially my job. At the time, I was 33 and working as a maintenance supervisor for a logistics company near Albany. Long hours, night shifts, and non-stop noise from machines made me jumpy, tired, and a bit short-fused. Abby was a teacher, calm by nature, and always pushing for a quieter life. When she brought up the idea of the cabin, I said yes, more for her sake than mine. The cabin sat on the edge of a slope that ran into a narrow valley, surrounded by thick woods that went up and down for miles. It was a one-floor structure, dark brown and weathered, with a small covered porch and a stone chimney. Abby's grandmother, Lorraine, had lived there for decades after her husband passed, and Abby spent most summers of her childhood there. We left on a Sunday morning and got to the cabin by late afternoon. The sun was already dipping behind the tree-line when we pulled into the long dirt path that led up to the property. The driveway curved gently and ended in a small clearing. The cabin looked mostly intact, though I noticed the roof sagged a little on one side and a shutter hung crooked near the kitchen window. There was no power, no running water. The place had always been off-grid. A generator sat in the shed behind the cabin, and the water came from a well and an old pump system that Lorraine had maintained herself for years. Abby found the keys tucked inside a rusted lantern by the porch swing, exactly where her grandmother used to keep them. The first few hours were peaceful. We unloaded supplies, opened all the windows to air the place out, and got a small fire going in the stone fireplace. The chimney drew well, and the smell of burning oak filled the place with a kind of familiar warmth. Abby was glowing. She moved around with a kind of practiced ease, remembering little things like where to store the dry goods and how to get the old gas stove going. We went to bed early that night. The mattress was old but not terrible, and the sheets, though musty, had been kept clean in vacuum-sealed bags. I lay in bed, staring at the low ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar stillness around us. No cars, no sirens, no humming appliances, just the occasional crack of wood cooling in the fireplace and the quiet chirp of crickets outside. I woke up just before dawn to use the bathroom. The inside toilet didn't work anymore, so we had to use the outhouse about 30 feet down a gravel path behind the shed. I grabbed a flashlight, pulled on a hoodie, and stepped outside. The air was cold and damp. Mist hung low over the grass, and I could barely see the woods at the end of the slope. As I walked, I caught a strange sound, like something crunching through dead leaves in the distance. It was slow and heavy. I stopped and aimed the flashlight toward the trees, but saw nothing. I waited another few seconds, didn't hear it again, and finished my business. The next morning, I told Abby about it. She said it was probably a deer or moose. The area was full of them, she said. Black bears too, but they didn't usually come that close unless there was food. I didn't mention that the sound hadn't seemed like any animal I'd heard before. Something about the pacing of it was deliberate. Still, I shook it off. The next 2 days were calm. We cut firewood, hiked the old trails Abby used to walk as a kid, cooked simple meals, and even played a few board games by lamplight. The place grew on me. It was the kind of silence that made your thoughts clearer. The noise of life faded. I could feel my shoulders loosen, and even started to sleep deeper. But on the third night, things changed. It started around 11 p.m. I was half asleep when I heard a creak from the front porch. Not a squirrel-type noise or something light. A full wooden groan like weight shifting. I held my breath and listened. Another sound, softer, what I can only describe as the slight thud of a footfall. Then nothing. I sat up, slid my legs out of bed, and tiptoed to the front window. The curtains were thin, just enough to see vague outlines. I couldn't make anything out clearly, but I thought I saw a shape move past the porch swing. Just a flicker of motion, gone as fast as it came. I didn't wake Abby. I just stood there, staring into the dark until my eyes ached. Finally, I went back to bed, telling myself it could have been a bear or even a tree branch shifting in the wind. But I knew something was off. The next morning, I walked the perimeter. I checked the ground around the porch and noticed faint depressions in the dirt. 2 or 3 spots where the pine needles were crushed down. No clear footprints, just enough to raise the hairs on my neck. Abby stayed upbeat, brushing it off with a joke and saying I was just used to city noise and now every sound felt bigger. That afternoon, we hiked a trail that wrapped around the back of the property and looped over the slope behind the cabin. Halfway through, I saw something that made me stop cold. On the far side of the slope, maybe 200 feet downhill, there was an old tree with bark stripped off one side. Not clawed, peeled, like someone had carefully removed wide sheets of it, layer by layer. Near the base of the tree were piles of stones, stacked in strange, unbalanced towers. 5 or 6 of them, each about knee-high. They looked freshly placed. The stones were damp, some even mossy, but the stacks looked deliberate, clean. I asked Abby if she remembered them from before. She didn't. She looked uneasy but said maybe some kids had been messing around out there recently. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard it again. Movement on the porch, then a long pause. Then something brushed against the side of the cabin. I held my breath, the sound of gravel shifting, then footsteps moving around toward the back. I grabbed the flashlight, got dressed, and stepped outside. The night was thick with fog. I followed the sound, moving around to the rear of the cabin, past the shed, and down the path to the outhouse. My heart thudded in my chest. Every branch looked like a figure. Every leaf crack felt like it had weight behind it. At the outhouse, I stopped. Nothing, just silence. Then, behind me, up the slope, a rustle. I turned fast, light scanning the woods. Again, nothing. But I knew, in my gut, something had been watching us, maybe for days. The next morning, I told Abby I wanted to leave early. She didn't argue. Something about the mood had shifted. Even she could feel it. We spent the day packing up, cleaning, securing things. Around late afternoon, I walked out back one more time, needing to clear my head. I wandered down the slope, back to the area with the stripped tree and the rock piles. When I got there, they were gone. Every stone, gone. In their place were small holes in the ground, like the stones had been taken and something had been buried. I felt sick. I turned around and started back. As I climbed the slope, I spotted something lodged in a tree trunk. A piece of torn fabric, dark green, like canvas. Looked like part of a jacket. Not Abby's, not mine. That was the final straw. We left the next morning. On the drive back, I felt like I was peeling something off me, like I'd been walking around with wet clothes for days and finally got dry again. Neither of us spoke much until we got past Montpelier and back on the interstate. A week later, I filed a report with the local sheriff's office. I left out the part about the fabric and the rocks. I just said we thought someone might be squatting near the property, maybe watching the cabin. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I never followed up. I didn't want to know. Abby agreed to sell the property the following spring. We found a buyer, an older couple looking to live off-grid. We didn't mention anything to them. Maybe we should have. I don't know. All I know is that what I heard, what I saw, it was real. Not a ghost or some movie monster. Just someone or something who didn't want us there. A real person, maybe even living in those woods. Watching, waiting, maybe doing something worse. And I think about the slope behind that cabin more often than I'd like. I was 38 that year, working seasonal jobs and picking up small builds for private landowners who didn't want to deal with contractors. It wasn't glamorous work, but it gave me solitude and paid well enough to get by without answering to anyone. Most of my contracts came from word of mouth, usually handed off from one landowner to another out in the hills of western North Carolina. In late September of 2021, a man named Curtis asked if I could build a single-room cabin deep on his wooded property just outside of Waynesville. He gave me GPS coordinates and told me I'd have to hike in about a mile with a UTV and trailer to get to the clearing. No cell signal out there, no power, just a patch of land he said he used to hunt on. Said he wanted a weather-tight, insulated box with a sleeping loft, with stovepipe, and a few small windows. Nothing pretty, just solid and dry. I said yes. That week, I picked up the basic supplies, treated 4x4 posts, OSB sheathing, 2x6S for floor joists, 2x4S for framing, roofing metal, underlayment, and enough insulation to wrap the inside. I kept it lean. I'd haul in most of it over 2 days, make a few runs with the trailer, and hike in the rest on foot. The first 2 days were dry, and I managed to dig the post holes, square up the deck, and get the floor joists framed and sheathed. Nothing fancy, just a 12 by 16 cabin with a 6-foot porch and a loft framed into the roofline. I was moving fast because I knew the rain was coming. You can feel it in the hills, the way the air presses down, heavy and still. Forecast said 2 full days of storms rolling in from the south. I wanted at least the roof on before it hit. I worked late into the 3rd night, and by sundown I had the walls framed and braced. The next morning, I was back at it by first light, alone in that clearing with a thermos of coffee, 2 granola bars, and the sound of nothing but birds and trees. I framed the rafters and tied them in by noon, got the sheathing on by 2. That's when the sky started to dim. Not fast like a storm front, slow and steady, like the clouds were stacking into the ridges around me. I climbed up and started rolling out the underlayment, trying to beat the rain. I didn't care about the walls yet. I just needed the roof done. I could wrap the cabin in house wrap the next day and start getting it sealed tight. But if that roof wasn't finished, all my work so far would be soaked, maybe warped beyond repair. The first drops came down before I'd screwed in the last panel. Big, fat raindrops that hit like marbles. I was crouched on the ridge, tightening the last screw through a piece of corrugated steel when the sky opened up. I climbed down soaked. It was around 5, and the woods already felt like night. Thunder cracked miles away. I grabbed my bag and ducked into the half-finished cabin. No walls wrapped, no door yet, just open studs and half-nailed corners. But the roof held, and the deck stayed dry. I'd left my tent in the UTV trailer, but I wasn't about to hike back in that downpour. Besides, I was tired and sore, and figured I could sleep inside the shell out of the rain. The wind picked up as I unrolled a tarp across the floor and laid my sleeping bag on top. I had a small propane heater, a few cans of food, a flashlight, and a couple tools I hadn't put away yet. I sealed the rest of the OSB sheets over the porch opening to keep the rain from blowing in. Felt like a cave. Dark, tight, safe enough, but it didn't feel right. I've worked in remote places most of my life. Built cabins in Wyoming, bridges in Alaska, trail camps in Tennessee. You get used to quiet. You get used to the wind, the animals, the sounds of trees shifting around you. But that night, something about the silence inside the storm made my skin crawl. It wasn't that anything happened right away. It was the way the woods outside didn't sound like woods anymore.
No birds. No owls.
No rustle in the trees, just wind and rain, hammering the roof in waves like drumbeats. I sat in the middle of the cabin in the dark, flashlight off, and listened. The floor was solid. The corners were plumb. I knew that, but I felt like the thing was breathing. Not literally, it was shifting in the wind, expanding, creaking. I could hear it strain with each gust, the way fresh wood does before it settles. The ridge beam above me groaned. Nails popped in and out like the building itself was deciding whether to hold together or not. Around 9, I tried to sleep. Couldn't. I kept imagining shapes through the open window frames. Kept seeing shadows move across the floor even though I knew it was just wind in the trees and the light of my lantern bouncing off the plastic-wrapped insulation. I shut the lantern off completely and laid there with one ear to the floor, hearing the ground hum from the weight of the storm. Then I heard something else. Not thunder, not wind. It was a thud. Not loud, not close, but real. It came from outside the cabin, maybe 30 feet off into the woods. A single, dull impact. Then nothing. I sat up. Rain hammered the roof. The walls flinched. I picked up my flashlight and scanned the window openings, but all I could see were sheets of water and blackness. Another thud. Closer. I turned off the light again and listened. Third one came 5 minutes later. Louder, almost inside the clearing. I know deer move in storms. I've seen them stand motionless for hours in the thick of a downpour. But deer don't thud. They step, snap, pause. They don't make blunt, echoing impacts like that, unless they fall. But 3 times, I waited and waited. After a long time, I lay back down, but sleep didn't come. My body was exhausted. My hands were cracked and sore, but my mind kept spinning. Every creak in the cabin sounded like footsteps. Every drop of rain sounded like breath against the wall. At some point around midnight, I sat up again, sweating inside my bag, and peeled off my jacket. My shirt stuck to me. I felt feverish, but I wasn't sick. I was wired, strung out on fear I couldn't name. Then, without warning, the plywood I'd stacked at the far end of the cabin shifted. I heard it, a dry scrape, just one. But no wind could move those. They were stacked against the studs, tight and flat. I picked up my hammer. Not a gun, I don't carry one. Just a hammer. I walked across the floor and checked the stack. It hadn't fallen, but the top sheet had shifted maybe a 1/4 inch. Enough to make sound. I held still. My back was cold with sweat. I leaned closer and smelled something. Wet earth, wood, and something sharp. Metal? Couldn't tell. I stayed there, crouched in the dark, for I don't know how long. The rain pounded the roof like fists. Then the hammer slipped in my hand and hit the plywood with a sharp knock. And something moved outside. This wasn't a thud. It was a shuffle. Fast. Close. Then gone. I turned the light back on. Still nothing. I stayed up until morning. The rain slowed just after dawn, and the woods came back to life. Birds chirped. Leaves hissed with leftover water. The air was thick and cool. I packed my things and didn't speak a word out loud, even to myself. I walked the perimeter of the clearing and didn't find tracks. No sign of anything large. Nothing broken or bent. But near the back edge, where the slope dropped off toward the creek, I found one thing. A hole. Just one. About 4 inches wide. Maybe 10 inches deep. Freshly dug. No tool marks. Just rough edges like something scraped it out fast. Could have been an animal. A raccoon maybe. But the soil was clean.
No claw marks. No scat.
Just a narrow pit in the wet clay, like someone had stabbed the ground with a stake and twisted it out. I filled it in with my boot and walked back to the cabin. I worked all day, fast and focused. I wrapped the house, cut and nailed in the window bucks, braced the corners. But I never turned my back to the woods. I kept looking over my shoulder, waiting for something to move. Nothing did. The next night, I hiked out, slept in my truck at the bottom of the hill. I didn't go back for 2 days. When I did, the cabin was still standing. No damage.
No més.
Everything exactly where I left it. But the hole was back. Same place, same size, same depth. Dug again. I didn't tell Curtis. Didn't write it in the report or include it in the invoice. I finished the cabin, sealed it tight, installed the stovepipe and loft, trimmed the corners. Took me 3 more days. I slept in the UTV trailer every night. On the final day, I took one last look at the clearing before I hiked out. The sky was clear. The trees were calm. The cabin stood clean and silent in the center of the slope, doors shut, windows locked. And at the far edge of the trees, near the creek bed, a second hole had appeared. Then a third. I didn't go look. I never went back. Curtis paid me in full. Said the cabin turned out better than he expected. Said he stayed 1 weekend in October and heard coyotes all night, but nothing unusual. He asked if I'd be willing to build a woodshed out there in spring. I told him I wasn't taking any more remote builds for now. He didn't ask why. I've built 6 more cabins since then. All in town, near roads, close to houses. I don't go more than half a mile into the woods anymore unless I know the land like my own face. And I don't work in the rain. Not ever. Because I know what I heard that night in the clearing. And I know what I saw. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was something human. And whoever they were watching me from the woods, moving in the dark, digging holes near a 1-room cabin I was building in the middle of nowhere. And they never left footprints. It was a Monday in early November when I decided to take the long way back home from a work trip in northern Oregon. The sun dipped early this time of year, and the trees were nearly bare along most of the back roads. The air had that cold, wet bite to it. Not snow, not yet, but damp enough that my fingers felt stiff on the wheel, even with the heater turned up. I was 39. It had been 5 years since I divorced Mark, and I hadn't been anywhere near Ridgeview since then. That's where we used to live, or at least where we owned a cabin. The kind of place people build when they think they'll be happy forever. It sat a few miles out from the main road, up on a ridge that overlooked a slow, curving river. I always thought it was too far from everything. Mark thought it was perfect. We were married for 6 years. It ended in the usual way. Fights, distance, resentment. He got the cabin in the divorce. I never asked what he did with it. I didn't care. At least I thought I didn't. On the way back south from Medford, I saw the old exit sign for Ridgeview. I almost didn't take it, but traffic had backed up on the main route, and I was in no mood to sit for hours. I figured the side road would cut an hour off the drive. And somewhere inside me, I think I needed to know what the place looked like now. Not the cabin necessarily, but the whole stretch of woods and empty road we used to call home. I didn't plan on stopping, just passing by. The sun had dipped behind the ridge when I turned off onto that narrow, winding road. I remembered it well. The trees hung low, and the road was uneven, patched in places but still cracked from winter ice. There weren't any other cars. No lights, just me, my car, and the gray hush of evening coming down all around. The road forked near the old bridge. The left took you deeper into Ridgeview town proper. I went right, toward the river bend, toward the cabin. I didn't mean to. My hands just turned the wheel before I had time to think. About a mile in, the trees opened up a little and I saw it. The cabin hadn't changed much. Still dark brown, still crouched in the trees like something half forgotten. The roof sagged a little, but the windows looked intact. The gravel driveway was overgrown with weeds, but tire tracks were visible. Not recent, maybe a week or two old, but not ancient either. Someone had been here. I slowed the car. Not stopped, just enough to look. The porch light was off, curtains drawn. Nothing unusual, but something didn't sit right. Couldn't name it. Maybe the way the woods pressed in closer than I remembered. Maybe how quiet it was. No wind, no birds, just the low hum of my engine and the sudden feeling that I was being watched. Then I saw the back door. The way the cabin was built, the back entrance sat low on the slope behind the house, half hidden by tall grass and the rise of the ridge. You couldn't normally see it from the road unless you stopped and angled your view just right. But I caught a glimpse. The door was open, not all the way, just enough to be wrong. I stopped the car. My hands were sweating. I should have kept driving. Instead, I pulled into the gravel, careful not to bump over the rocks too hard. The car crunched slow, tires pushing against the soft dirt and weeds. I parked maybe 10 feet from the porch. I told myself I was just going to look. Just get out and look. Maybe the wind blew the door open. Maybe animals. I wasn't going to go inside. But the moment I opened the car door, the silence hit me harder than I expected. No movement, not even the sound of the river, just a thick, padded stillness like the woods had soaked up all sound. I stepped out. The ground was cold, wet through the soles of my boots. Leaves stuck to my legs as I walked up the porch steps, careful not to make too much noise. I peeked through the front window. Dark. I moved around the side, down the sloped path Mark used to rake every fall, toward the back door. The door was still ajar, not kicked in, not broken, just hanging slightly open like someone forgot to latch it. The air coming out was musty, but beneath it there was something else. Something sharp, metallic. I should have turned around. Instead, I stepped inside. The kitchen was exactly how I remembered it. Old wooden counters, sink stained from rust and time, a single overhead light that didn't flick on when I tried the switch. The table was still there, same chairs, but there were things scattered on it, old food wrappers, a mug, a folded knife. I moved deeper. The living room smelled like mildew and dust. The fireplace hadn't been used in ages, but there were signs someone had been here. A blanket on the floor, a pair of boots near the door, a stack of grocery store receipts on the coffee table, dated 2 weeks ago, from a store in Grants Pass. The air got heavier the farther I went in. I didn't want to go upstairs, but my legs kept moving. The steps creaked, and I flinched with every sound. The upstairs bedroom was empty, so was the spare room. But when I opened the closet, I found something that made my stomach drop. A phone, one of those prepaid ones, battery dead, and a small bag half-packed with men's clothes, some cash, and a notebook. The front cover was plain, black. I opened it. Inside were pages of handwriting. None of it made sense at first. Just short entries, locations, times, names I didn't recognize, until I flipped to the middle and saw my name. 3 times, written in bold ink, circled.
No explanations.
Just my name and a date, last week. My mouth went dry. I flipped more pages. A drawing, a map maybe, of Ridgeview, lines drawn to the cabin, arrows. I stuffed the notebook in my coat. My instincts screamed at me to leave. Get in the car. Don't stop. Don't think. I made it halfway down the stairs when I heard the sound. From outside, not a vehicle, not footsteps, just a scrape, like something heavy being dragged across gravel. I froze. The front window gave me a partial view of the driveway. A truck was parked behind mine. Black, old, mud-caked tires. Driver's door still open. No one inside. I didn't wait. I ran. Through the back door, down the slope, away from the driveway. I didn't care about being quiet now. Just distance. I ducked into the woods, heart punching against my ribs. I didn't stop running until the cabin was a memory behind the trees. I found a place to crouch behind a thick fallen log and listened. Voices, 2 of them, low, sharp. Then the sound of my trunk being opened. Then nothing. They didn't follow me into the woods. At least not right away. I stayed hidden for hours. The light drained out of the sky until everything was dark. Cold seeped into my skin. I held the notebook like a shield. My phone had no signal. I waited until I was sure they were gone. Then I crept back toward the road. The truck was gone. So was mine. Gone. Just the tire tracks left behind, heading toward the ridge road. I walked all night, 8 miles to the highway. No cars stopped. No lights. At dawn, I reached a gas station and called the police. They found my car 2 days later, abandoned outside Klamath Falls, wiped clean, nothing inside. The truck was never found. Neither were the men. I gave the notebook to the police. They opened an investigation. They found fingerprints, but no matches, no leads, just a lot of questions. They asked me if Mark might have had enemies. I said I didn't know. I hadn't spoken to him in years. That was true, but it wasn't the full truth. A month later, I got a letter. No return address. Inside was a single page. 1 sentence. You shouldn't have come back. That was 6 months ago. I moved. New house, new job. Changed my number. I don't take back roads anymore. I don't know who those men were, or what they were doing in the cabin, or why my name was in that notebook. But I think Mark knew. I think he got involved with something he shouldn't have. And when he vanished, someone thought I knew something. I didn't. Still don't. But that doesn't matter, because someone's still out there, and they remember me. It was early spring when I first arrived at the cabin, tucked deep into the woods of upstate New York. The air was still crisp, and the trees had that fresh, earthy scent that comes with the season. I'd signed up for this project at the last minute. The idea had seemed simple enough: spend a few weeks in solitude, studying insect species for a medical research grant. It wasn't the kind of work I was used to, but the isolation would give me the peace I needed to focus. The cabin was old. I wasn't sure how old, but the wood had the dull grayish hue that comes from decades of exposure to the elements. The place was 1 room with a small kitchen and a bathroom off to the side. There was no internet, no phone signal. Nothing but the sound of wind rustling the trees and the occasional animal moving through the brush. Perfect for someone like me, someone who needed to get away from the world for a while. When I'd arrived, the cabin had been pre-stocked with enough supplies to last me through the month. Food, water, and a basic first aid kit. There was also a rather large box filled with equipment for collecting specimens, nets, vials, and even some traps for larger insects like beetles and moths. My research focused on the role insects played in medical science, specifically in how certain species could be used to help develop new treatments for diseases. My job was to observe, catalog, and study. I had no experience with anything this rural, but I'd grown up in a small town and had spent my fair share of time outdoors. I figured I could handle a few weeks of isolation. The first couple of days were uneventful. I set up my equipment and started to explore the surrounding woods. There were plenty of insects, mosquitoes, beetles, and flies. Some of them I recognized from my research, others I had never seen before. Each evening, I'd come back to the cabin, bring in my specimens, and record my findings. But there was something unsettling about the place. It wasn't anything tangible at first, but after a few days, I started to notice the oddities. The way the trees stood too still, as if they were watching. The rustling in the underbrush, which never seemed to have a source. The faint hum in the air that I couldn't place, like the buzz of an electrical current running through the cabin's walls. Even though the place didn't have electricity. On the 4th night, things took a turn. I'd been out collecting specimens when I noticed something strange. A pattern in the ground, something I hadn't seen before. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, the way the moon shone through the trees, but then I saw it again. The ground was disturbed in a series of strange lines, almost like someone, or something, had been dragging something heavy through the dirt. I felt my heart rate increase. I wasn't alone out here. The next day, I decided to follow the tracks. They led deeper into the woods, and as I moved farther from the cabin, the air felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. The tracks wound in a spiraling pattern, almost like a trail leading nowhere, yet it felt like it was beckoning me further. It took every ounce of my willpower to not turn back. What could it be? An animal? Person? After an hour of following the trail, I came across something that made my blood run cold. A small clearing. In the middle of it was a pile of scattered leaves and broken branches. And in the center, half buried, was a large wooden box. It didn't look natural. It was too perfectly square, too deliberate in its placement. I approached cautiously, heart pounding in my chest. The box had been covered with dirt and foliage, but it wasn't hard to see that it had been disturbed recently. The wood had been scratched, as though something had tried to claw its way out. My mind raced. Was someone living out here? Or had something been kept in this box, something that had escaped? I spent the next few minutes examining the box from every angle, but I couldn't bring myself to open it. I wasn't sure what I'd find inside, and part of me didn't want to know. I had the overwhelming urge to turn around and leave, but I knew I couldn't. I had to find out. After a moment of hesitation, I pulled back the leaves and cleared the rest of the dirt away. My hands shook as I lifted the lid of the box. Inside was an insect. No, not just one insect. Cluster. Thousands of them, writhing in the darkness of the box. But they weren't normal insects. They were too large, too unnatural. Their bodies were swollen, and their legs moved in erratic, jerky motions. The sight of them crawling over each other sent a shiver down my spine. They looked like something out of a nightmare, but they weren't just any insects. They were genetically altered. The realization hit me hard. These insects weren't just a part of the ecosystem. This was part of some twisted experiment. I had no idea who had done it or why, but I knew I had to report this. My research was supposed to be purely academic, but this was something else entirely. Something darker, something dangerous. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the box. I could feel the weight of the air, thick with the hum of insects in the woods. As I turned to leave, a faint sound broke the silence. The unmistakable sound of a branch snapping behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering. There was nothing there, just the endless expanse of trees. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I made my way back to the cabin, every step feeling like someone, asterisk or something asterisk, was watching me. I reached the cabin just before nightfall. The warmth of the place should have been comforting, but it only made the tension worse. The insects that I had collected were now crawling in their vials, their presence a constant reminder of what I had uncovered. That night, I could barely sleep. Every noise seemed amplified in the stillness of the cabin. Scratching sounds at the door, the faintest of footsteps outside. But each time I got up to check, there was nothing. The days that followed were a blur of fear and paranoia. I tried to stick to my research, but every time I ventured into the woods, I felt eyes on me. The insects I discovered continued to thrive in their vials, their rapid movements a constant source of unease. I didn't understand what was happening, but I knew I had to get out. I had to report this. But then the real nightmare began. On the 8th day, I woke up to find the cabin door wide open. I hadn't left it that way. I had locked it securely before bed. Something or someone had been inside. The cabin was undisturbed, but the eerie feeling was suffocating. I grabbed my research notes and headed out of the cabin. As I walked through the woods, I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that I was being followed. My instincts told me to leave, but I needed to gather more evidence, more samples. I wasn't sure why, but I felt a desperate need to uncover the truth, no matter what it cost. By the time I returned to the clearing with the wooden box, the pile of dirt and leaves had been disturbed again. The box was no longer where I'd left it. It had been dragged into the center of the clearing. I froze, fear surging through me. Someone or something was out there. I could feel it. It wasn't just the insects anymore. It was the whole forest. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their shadows stretching in unnatural ways. My thoughts were racing as I backed away from the clearing. It was time to leave. I had enough evidence. But as I turned to make my way back to the cabin, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I looked down in shock to see a long, dark sting on my calf, the skin already beginning to swell. I didn't have time to think. I ran as fast as I could, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I barely made it back to the cabin before I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. The sting throbbed painfully, and I could feel the venom spreading through my body. For the first time since I'd arrived, I felt completely and utterly helpless. I knew I had to leave the woods. Asterisk immediately star. But the insects, the altered insects, had already marked me. I could feel it, and whatever had been experimenting with them had noticed me too. The next morning, I was gone. It was late September when I first started working as a park ranger at Red Creek National Park. The air was crisp and dry, and the forest had already begun to show the first signs of autumn, with leaves turning shades of orange and yellow. I just turned 32 and had been assigned to manage the remote cabin located deep in the woods. It wasn't a high-traffic area, and most visitors didn't venture past the park's main trails, so I found myself alone most of the time. It wasn't that I minded. I'd always preferred solitude, and the cabin was tucked far enough from the main office that the peace of the forest felt like a blanket over me. The cabin itself was an old structure, probably about 30 years old, made of weathered wood that had turned almost gray from years of exposure. It had a small porch with a couple of rocking chairs, and the chimney was always a comforting presence when the wind picked up. I'd been tasked with maintenance, making sure the trails were clear, and keeping watch over the park's boundaries. I had been there for about 2 weeks when something started feeling off. It was a Thursday night, and I just finished my rounds, walking the perimeter and checking the trail signs. The moon was a thin sliver in the sky, and the stars were so bright it felt like I could reach out and touch them. The air smelled like damp earth and wood, the kind of scent that fills your lungs and makes you feel grounded. The cabin was quiet when I got back, just the usual creaks and groans as the woods settled. I made myself a simple dinner, canned beans and some bread, and ate quickly, not feeling very hungry. Maybe it was the solitude, or maybe it was the feeling that something was watching me. I couldn't shake the sensation that, no matter how far I walked into the woods, something was always just behind the trees, just out of sight. After I finished eating, I went out onto the porch to smoke a cigarette. The night was colder now, and the wind had picked up. It howled through the branches, making the trees sway like dark shadows against the sky. I just lit my cigarette when I noticed something strange. Footprints. At first, I thought maybe it was from an animal, but as I squinted in the dim light, I realized they were human footprints, or at least they looked like human footprints. The tracks were fresh, with the ground still disturbed. The dirt around them was soft from the recent rain, and they led straight to the cabin. I flicked my cigarette away and stood up. The tracks didn't look like they belonged to anyone from the park. No one else was supposed to be out here at this hour. I walked closer, crouching down to get a better look. They were barefoot, and I could see the subtle indentations in the earth from where the toes had pressed in. Whoever had left them hadn't made much of an effort to hide their presence. I looked around, my heart starting to beat a little faster. There was no sign of anyone, but I couldn't ignore the tracks. They didn't stop at the cabin. They curved around the side, where the shadows were thick. I knew I should probably call it in to the station, but part of me didn't want to admit I was worried. It was late, the air was cold, and I wasn't in the mood for another round of paperwork or phone calls. Instead, I decided to check it out myself. I grabbed my flashlight from the table by the door, made sure my radio was on, and stepped off the porch. The tracks led behind the cabin, where the forest was denser and the trees seemed to press in closer. It was quiet now, the wind having died down almost entirely. The only sounds were the crunching of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional creak of a tree branch swaying in the distance. The tracks continued along a narrow path that I'd never noticed before. It wasn't a proper trail, more like an animal's trail, worn down by repeated use. I followed it for maybe 50 yards before I realized it was leading me deeper into the woods. I started to feel a tightness in my chest. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was around this point that I noticed something else. There were more tracks, but they were mixed with the first set. It was almost as if someone had walked with the first person, but their footprints were fainter, less distinct. I turned around, trying to shake the feeling of being followed, but the forest behind me was dark and still. I moved on, the flashlight beam barely cutting through the thick blackness. The ground started to slope downward, and the trees grew thicker, their branches twisted into unnatural shapes. It was strange. I'd never gone this far before, but something about the landscape felt familiar, like it had been here long before I started working in the park. The tracks eventually led to a small clearing, and at the center there was a fire pit. The rocks surrounding it were blackened, the remnants of ash still scattered around the edges. And there, just past the fire pit, stood a figure. I froze. It wasn't a person, at least not in the sense I would have expected. It was a tall, thin shape partially hidden by the trees, but I could see enough to know it wasn't normal. The skin was pale, almost sickly, and the eyes, I can't really describe them. They were black, unblinking, and they seemed to reflect the dim light of my flashlight like glass. Stood motionless, watching me. For what felt like an eternity, neither of us moved. The only sound was the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. My mouth was dry, my breath shallow. I had no idea what I was looking at, but the instinct to turn and run was overwhelming. I did. I turned and bolted through the woods, the sound of my boots slamming into the ground louder in my ears than the wind or the trees. I didn't stop until I reached the cabin. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I locked the door behind me as soon as I was inside. The rest of the night was a blur. I don't know how long I sat by the fire, staring at the walls, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It wasn't a person, couldn't have been, but whatever it was real. I wasn't imagining it. The next morning, I went back to the clearing. The tracks were gone. The fire pit was cold, and the trees stood just as still as they had the night before. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary, but I knew what I had seen. I never figured out who or what it was, but I didn't need to. The park was a big place, and I kept to my cabin for the rest of the season. No more late-night walks. No more straying too far from the cabin. I kept my distance from that area, and when the end of the season came, I left. I don't know if anyone else saw what I did that night, but I'll never forget it. Whatever it wasn't supposed to be out there. It was just supposed to be a weekend getaway, a simple retreat from the everyday noise, a chance to escape from the stress of work, the noise of the city, and the constant rush of life. I had rented a small cabin up in the northern woods, just outside a sleepy town called Blackwater. It was supposed to be peaceful, quiet, and most importantly, remote. I'd heard about this cabin from a coworker, Greg, who swore it was the perfect place for some solitude. So, I booked it and set off for a weekend of nothing but fresh air, a good book, and a much-needed break. I remember the drive there like it was yesterday. The road to Blackwater was long and winding, cutting through dense forests that seemed to stretch on forever. The car's engine hummed steadily as I made my way further into the woods, passing no other vehicles, just the occasional deer darting across the road. As I got closer, the GPS signal began to fade, and the roads became more rugged, less traveled. The trees grew thicker, blocking out the light, and the sky above seemed to grow heavier with every passing mile. When I finally arrived at the cabin, it was exactly as described. An old wooden structure tucked away at the edge of a forest, surrounded by towering pine trees. The cabin was small but cozy, with a stone chimney and a porch that overlooked a small clearing. It was the kind of place you'd expect to see in a painting, the kind of place that felt like it had been untouched for years. I unloaded my bags and took a deep breath. The air was fresh, crisp even, with that earthy scent that only the woods could provide. I stepped inside the cabin, the floor creaking beneath my feet. It was furnished simply, nothing fancy, but enough to feel comfortable. A small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, a couple of old armchairs, and a bed in the corner. There was a stack of firewood beside the stove, and the windows were large, offering a perfect view of the forest. I was alone, and for the first time in a long while, I felt at peace. The first few hours were bliss. I made myself a simple dinner, sat in the armchair by the fire, and read a book. The world outside seemed so far away. I hadn't realized how much I needed this until I felt the weight of the city's stress slowly lift off my shoulders. The crackling of the fire was the only sound that accompanied me, and it was almost too quiet, but in a good way. Night fell quickly. The darkness outside was absolute, with only the faint glow of the stars above to guide me. I closed the blinds and settled into bed around 10 p.m., hoping for a deep, uninterrupted sleep. But as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, a strange feeling settled over me. It wasn't fear exactly, but something else. A discomfort that I couldn't quite explain. It was as if the cabin itself was watching me, or perhaps the woods outside, but I brushed it off. It was probably just the silence. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake. The sound of something, footsteps, I thought, echoed from outside. I strained my ears, listening closely. There it was again, a soft crunching noise, like someone walking through the underbrush. I couldn't remember hearing any cars pull up, and I was certain I hadn't seen anyone on my drive-in. My heart rate picked up. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. An animal, maybe a deer or a bear, wandering through the clearing. Still, the noise persisted, and with it, my unease grew. I didn't have any neighbors close by, at least none that I knew of. The cabin was isolated, almost too isolated. I sat up in bed, staring through the window at the dark expanse of the woods. The porch light was off, but the light from the moon filtered through the trees just enough to make out shapes. I didn't see anything. I tried to calm myself, but the sound was still there. The crunching, the movement like someone or something was walking just outside. I pulled the blankets tighter around me and tried to ignore it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I've been reading a lot of thrillers lately. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, that I wasn't as alone as I had thought. Eventually, the noises stopped. The silence returned, but this time it felt different, heavier. I lay awake for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling, my thoughts running wild. The next morning, I woke to a dull, gray light filtering through the windows. I hadn't slept much, but I figured the best thing to do was to get up, make some coffee, and take a walk outside to clear my head. I needed to get back to that sense of calm that had brought me here in the first place. I stepped outside onto the porch, taking a deep breath of the cool morning air. The woods were quiet, as they should be, and the clearing in front of the cabin was empty. No signs of anything unusual. Still, my gut told me something was off. I walked around the cabin, checking the perimeter, but nothing seemed out of place. No broken branches or disturbed dirt, just the same quiet woods. I decided I was just being paranoid. After breakfast, I took a walk through the woods behind the cabin. The trees towered above me, their trunks thick and dark. The path was narrow, overgrown in places, and I had to push through some thick brush to continue on. I had brought a small backpack with some water and snacks, thinking I might get a few hours of hiking in. As I walked deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just my imagination. It was a tangible sense that something was wrong. I decided to head back to the cabin, feeling uneasy. As I emerged from the trees and back into the clearing, I froze. There, in the middle of the clearing, was something that hadn't been there before. A small, weathered bag. It was lying right in the middle of the path, as though it had been dropped there recently. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. I knelt down and opened the bag. Inside was a flashlight, a water bottle, and a few granola bars. Nothing too unusual, but the fact that it was just sitting there in the middle of nowhere made my skin crawl. I looked around, expecting someone to appear from the trees, but there was nothing. No sign of anyone. I quickly picked up the bag, stuffed it into my own backpack, and hurried back to the cabin. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been here recently? Who would leave a bag like that out in the middle of nowhere? As I reached the cabin, I noticed something else. The front door, which I had definitely closed before going on my walk, was now slightly ajar. My stomach dropped. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Someone had been inside. The thought hit me like a punch in the gut. I stepped inside cautiously, checking each room, but everything seemed in its place. No signs of forced entry, no missing items. Yet, the sense of intrusion was undeniable. Someone had been in my cabin. I sat down on the couch, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't explain it. I had to leave. This place wasn't as safe as I thought. I grabbed my things, packed up quickly, and locked the door behind me. My mind raced as I started the car, preparing to drive back to the town. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and caught one last glimpse of the cabin. For a moment, I thought I saw something, or someone, move in the window. My pulse quickened, but when I looked again, it was gone. The drive back to town was long, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. But every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, there was nothing there. When I got to Blackwater, I stopped at a small diner to grab a cup of coffee and calm my nerves. As I sat down at the counter, the waitress, a middle-aged woman with gray hair, looked at me with a knowing expression. She had to have seen the panic on my face. "Did you stay at the old McGregor cabin?" she asked casually, almost like she had asked this 100 times before. I nodded, my throat tight. She sighed. "Yeah, a lot of folks go there for peace and quiet, but it's not always as peaceful as they think. Strange things happen out there. People have gone missing before, you know?" I stared at her, my heart pounding once again. "What do you mean?" She just shook her head, her eyes sad. "Some cabins are best left alone. Trust me." I didn't ask any more questions. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answers. As I left the diner and drove back to my hotel, I felt a strange sense of relief. The town was busy, the streets were crowded, and the noise felt comforting, normal. The woods and the cabin were behind me, and that was exactly where I wanted them to stay. I never went back to the McGregor cabin. I never found out who left that bag in the woods, or who had been inside my cabin. And honestly, I didn't want to. Some things I think are better left unexplained.